Good morning, everyone. We'd like to get this going, so if those of you who are in the room can take your seats, we'd appreciate it. I want to begin by saying welcome to the 2023 Maine Woodland Owners Annual Meeting and Forestry Forum. My name's Tom Allen. I'm the second vice president of the board, and I'm only standing here because Doug Baston, who has been the president of the board for the last 2 years, is laid up with COVID, and but he's doing well. He just didn't think it would be appropriate to be here. But I wanted to say just a couple of things about Doug Baston, because he's done an extraordinary job as the president of this board. In particular, a couple of things that I think he does very well. One of them is we have found that when we have important matters to discuss that are not absolutely clear from the beginning, and few of them are, Doug draws out all opinions. And so everyone gets a chance to speak, and gradually, sometimes quickly, sometimes not so quickly, we come to a conclusion about whatever we are doing. And he's been very adept at doing that. And the second thing is that in his 2 years as president of the board, what Doug has done is keep us focused on the future. He keeps us focused on the future of the organization. Where is Maine Woodland Owners going next? And how will it evolve? He keeps us focused on new members, because we're finding that there are many people in Maine who have recently acquired woodland property and others who want to acquire woodland property that we need to reach out for. And I think that he has been focused on the future with respect to the organization, with respect to our members, and also with respect to Maine forestry in general. So I just want to begin by saying thank you, Doug Baston. I hope you'll applaud him. Thank you. We are really happy that so many of you are here today, those of you who are here in person, and also people who are tuning in right now. We're glad to be back at the Augusta Civic Center and live and in person for those who can be here. We have a day of really interesting presentations, and I hope that those of you who are here will be able to stay through the end. But if you can't, this is being recorded. You can always go back and see whatever you missed. I wanted to make a few housekeeping items for those who are participating online. First, if you leave the meeting and you want to come back, you simply use the same link to return. Attendee video and audio functions are disabled, so we can only see your names and we won't see or hear you. If you move your mouse over your video screen, you'll see a few icons. If you click on the icon that says Q&A, a window will open where you can type in and send a question to Tom Doak. And he's technologically connected so that now at least he can see your question. We'll go through the submitted questions and read them to the panelists during the Q&A period for them to answer. Please refer to our website, www.mainewoodlandowners.org, and click on our annual meeting and forestry forum page to see our agenda, so you can plan your day accordingly. And while you're on the web page, don't forget to click on the link to our online auction to see all of the interesting items that are up for bid. Bidding will close at 5 p.m. today. That's a mouthful, but needed for those who are online. The first part of this gathering is to deal with the business meeting. And I'm going to recognize Seth Sprague now, our treasurer, to announce the nominees.
Thank you, Tom. The nominating committee is submitting the following slate of officers and board members for the fiscal year that starts in May 1. For officers, for President Tom Allen, First Vice President Seth Sprague, Second Vice President Jennifer Dan, Secretary Jeff Williams, Treasurer Mark Doty. Board members for 3-year terms, a first term for Kyle Burdick, Doug Baston, Chris Jackson, a second term, and Richard Nass for a second term. That's the slate of officers and board members for next year.
We need a motion to approve that slate from the executive committee. Where's Larry? Okay, good. Thank you, Larry. Is there a second? And it's, okay, Mark. Are there, let's see, are there any further nominations? Okay, seeing none, we need a vote, and we're going to do this by counting hands for those who are here, and Tom Doak will be counting up the number of people who are voting online. So let's start with here. All those in favor? Maybe we won't count. Maybe we won't count. I think. Hands down. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, anyone online can vote if they would like to. We'll give you I don't think we need to wait too long. We've got hands online. Okay. All right. Jen says no thumbs down, but hands up. So the motion is passed. And with that, I would like to recognize Seth Sprague to give the treasurer's report.
Thank you, Tom. Through the hard work of your staff and board and the steady support of our loyal members, I'm pleased to report that Maine Woodland Owners is in sound financial shape. Since our fiscal year ends April 30th, so it's been quite a few months since that happened, it seems to make sense to talk about our financial results as of the calendar year that's just closed. And for that period, our operating budget was about $600,000. Our very capable full-time staff of managed our day-to-day operations. This past year, Tom Doak, our executive director, communications and outreach director Jen Hicks, and office manager Debbie Ladd were joined by Carla Black, our deputy executive director. Harold Burnett, who was our part-time forester, retired, and that role is now contracted out to Prentice and Carlisle. And they've assigned their Mike Rodante to our work. Peter Jones continues as our development consultant. We are fortunate to have diverse revenue sources which have been growing. And in part, this has allowed us to keep our membership dues unchanged since 2016. Can we see the next slide? Great. So this slide illustrates the diversity and the relative importance of our various revenue sources. As you can see, hopefully, the three largest pie slices, annual appeal at 29%, dues 24%, and special donations at 19%, all these being funds provided by our membership, combined to account for 72% of our revenue. So we are clearly a membership dependent organization. We do have, however, other sources that provide opportunities for growth, among them sale of stumpage from our land trust properties and foundation and business grants. The next slide gives a illustration of where we spend our funds. The 36% of our expenses go into events and programs. Managing our land trust properties is next at 13%, closely followed by our newsletter at 12%. Of note is the slice for property taxes that I like to mention. At 7% of our budget, we do pay property taxes, even though we are a tax exempt organization, which is important for us to help the communities where we own properties. And as the land trust acreage increases over time, that number will also increase. We are able, however, to cover the cost of those property taxes through our stumpage revenue. So the calendar year 2022 was a success, again, financially for Maine Woodland owners, and we continue to meet or exceed our financial goals. Any questions? Mr. Chairman, that's the treasurer's report. Are there any questions? Cy. So it's about 600,000.
We have a mic, so people can be heard.
Cy asked what our total budget was for the year,
Okay.
600,000. Yes, sir.
Here.
With the coming interest that's going on carbon, are we going to be in a position where we can sell carbon credits to cover the property taxes each year, so we're not relying upon the stumpage, and that could be used for future growth?
Actually, we are planning on that, and we actually have one property enrolled in a carbon credit program, which is budgeted to start paying this spring. And we have larger plans in the works as well. Okay.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you very much. Next, Tom Doak is going to step up here and go over 2022 accomplishments and 2023 plans. Tom.
Okay, next slide. This is just a few outlines of some of the things that went on in the last year. It was quite an interesting year. We spent a good deal of time dealing with the legislature. It was the strangest session I've ever seen because most of it was not in person. So somehow you have to work with legislators, but having never met most of them, and many of the legislators had never met each other. So it was a very strange and challenging time, but we, I think we did pretty well in the times. We're all kind of glad to be back in person. The intent is that it will be in person this year, the legislature. We've had the last 2 years, we've had pretty significant growth in our revenue. We've been working hard to kind of diversify the sources of our revenue, and we've been doing that. We created this land conservation fund to be ready to purchase properties. Yeah, my eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. Thank you. I'm looking at the screen here, so what you see. And to allow us to acquire property, we don't usually buy property, but every once in a while a property comes up that's close to something we already own or a key piece. And we did that in Standish, as many of you know. We've created this fund. We did do a small acquisition this year, a small parcel of land adjacent to a property in New Gloucester. And one of the things we're looking at is there's a Maine, I think for the first time last year, had a increase in population, and it's largely due to immigration. And what we're finding is an awful lot of new landowners who are coming here with very good intentions, but know very little about owning and managing woodland. So we're looking at, and we've been ramping that work up. Go ahead, next slide. This is the status of our land trust. We continue to grow. We continue to work on projects. We have a number of projects underway. We now own 72 parcels of land in 41 different towns, 7,600 acres of land, and hold 15 easements. So that continues to, I think that we need land in Saginaw County to be in all the counties. So if you have land in Knox, if you have land in either of those two, you could help us get to every county in the state. Next slide, please. These are just a list of some of the groups that we serve on related to represent your interests, and I won't read them all off, but you can see that it's a pretty diverse group of things that we're involved with. Some of them are kind of voluntary, and some we have been appointed to, and we continue to represent you in a lot of different committees and the work of these groups. Next slide. I could probably say this every year. We defended the Trico tax law program. I'm not sure how many years I've been here doing this, but I think I probably said that every annual meeting. We defeated all the Sunday hunting proposals. There were 5 total in the last 2 years. You'll hear more about what we think is coming forward in the next, when Carla gets up and talks about the legislative program. I can tell you that the response by our members, when we asked for comments on some of the bills, and you wrote in, that made a big difference, frankly, in the legislature. And they saw that there were a lot of people that had real concerns about the Sunday hunting proposals. We did transition to a contract forest services. We were, as you know, Harold Burnett was working for us, did a fantastic job for us. We tried to replace him with an employee. We advertised for foresters for probably 6 months. We had only 2 applications. So there's a shortage of foresters, frankly. And I think interesting that Jessica is going to actually talk about that a little bit later. But there is when I was in school, I started in wildlife, and my junior year, my advisor said nobody that graduated in wildlife last year got a job, and everybody that graduated got a job in forestry. So there are a lot of us. We all went into forestry, and then now I think people have moved away from forestry, and people like me are retiring, and now there's a lot of foresters that are needed. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. So we've transitioned to with a contract from Prentice and Carlisle, and Mike Rodante is here and in the back. Mike is the principal forester that works on our properties, and Tom Nelson is next to him from Prentice and Carlisle. He's the woodlot. He manages their woodlot program, and so they're going to be here all day. We've had a great relationship with them so far. Things are going great. I hope you'd say the same. And they're here all day. So if you have anything you want to talk to them about, or concerns or anything, they're here, and they certainly have been very responsive and done good work for us. And then the other thing we're doing is, because of COVID, we had to expand our online programming, but we're glad to be back in person like this. And we're going, and we'll have more on in-person programs in the coming year, but we're also going to maintain the online programming. And this is our first hybrid event. It's being recorded as people are watching online. We didn't know how this would go. We're all trying to figure this out. I'm looking at the screen while people are looking at me on screen, and hopefully everything goes well today, but so there might be a glitch or two. And if there is, please pardon us, because this is our absolute first time we've ever done this kind of dual approach. So next slide, please. So coming up in the next year, we'll expand our legislative activities. Carla has experience there, and so do I. And so we've kind of doubled our efforts. Carla will take on a lot of the responsibilities, and she'll talk about the legislative program in a bit. But there are an awful lot of new legislators. I can't remember the numbers, like 2/3 of the legislature are new. And so it's a real challenge it's really about relationship building with legislators. And we have a lot of legislators that don't know us and we don't know them. So that will be an interesting one coming up. We need to continue to diversify your income sources. We've done a good job of that. We'll do that, continue to do that. Carbon markets. The question came up about carbon markets. Absolutely. I get as many calls about carbon as any other topic that I get from members. And we have a program at the end of the day about 2 of the carbon programs, the 2 that really are available at this point for smaller owners. And so that is one of the reasons we have that program this afternoon, because we want those 2 companies or those two programs to be able to explain how you might be able to participate in the carbon markets. We've had a good discussion about wildlife management. I've never met a landowner that doesn't like wildlife, and yet there's relatively little wildlife management assistance to wood landowners. So we're looking at that approach and see what we can do there. And also the number of stewards, increasing the number of stewards on our land trust properties. We have a number of volunteers, and some of you are in the audience today that help us keep track and watch over some of our properties. We have 74 properties now, so we can't be on all of them. And so it's great to have some eyes and ears on the ground to help us. And a number of people have stepped forward, and we're looking for more of those folks. So next slide. Just want to thank the newsletter contributors. These are all people that provided interesting articles to us in the newsletter in the last year. Next slide, I think. Great. While I'm here, I want to put a pitch in. I just want to talk about this book for a second. It's in the lobby out here. And there's a story that goes with it I thought might be kind of interesting. The Emorys are out here. And this is a children's book, great little children's book. The Emorys are great members. They have a snowmobile trail on their property. They had people misusing their property and riding off trail. They interacted with those folks, and there were 2 people. Those 2 people ended up with a combined 19 summonses for violations. They could tell you the whole story if you want to hear the story, but 2 people, one got 10 summonses and one got 9 for what happened on their property. And the wardens have told me they have never seen anything like this in the time the wardens were fantastic. They came back a couple of days later and caught the folks that were doing this. One of them has been in jail, and the other one is going to jail. But the interesting thing I wanted to tell you was they have the snowmobile trail, 19 summonses against people that were misusing them and their land. And they said, well, I really want to keep the land open because I believe in keeping the land open and making it available to people. But if you pass that Sunday hunting, that's the last straw. So they were willing to put up with 19 summonses and abuse of their land and abuse of them and their property. But they said, that's it. That's the last straw for them. So I thought that was a pretty interesting story to them. But they're out in the lobby, and I'm sure they'll tell you the full story if you'd like. But we're happy to have them here and selling this great book. So thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Next, Carla Black, our Deputy Executive Director, is going to give you a sense of the legislative program, where we're going, what it's like, and Carl is taking over a good deal of that work from Tom, and so welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Carla Black. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. This is my second annual meeting, although I feel like it's the first since it's the first one in person. So it's nice to be here and meeting all of you. Is that better? Okay. The new legislators came in, were sworn in on December 4th. Like Tom said, it's a very diverse group. A lot of them are new. They started things off with a flurry, working on a home energy assistance bill on the first day of their return. That's pretty unusual. Usually they come in December and get sworn in and then go home until mid-January. Things slowed quickly. They were planning on passing that bill the first day of their return, but things slowed quickly when there were calls made for a public hearing on that bill. The public hearing was held right before Christmas. And the bill subsequently was signed into law by the governor in early January. So they've been off to an interesting start. Despite their quick start, we've only seen a small number of the estimated 2,000 or more bills that we can expect this session. I think the last time I looked, I'd seen 158 of them. So we've only seen a small bit. A list of bill titles should be coming out soon so that we'll have a better idea of the issues that we'll be looking at this session. We are working on several bills of our own that will be considered this session. The first is a bill that would update the tree growth tax law. Tom said he spent a lot of time defending it. Well, this is actually a proactive bill. Under the tree growth, parcels must be used primarily for the growth of trees to produce forest products that have commercial value. This bill would update the law to include carbon as a forest product. This update becomes more and more important as landowners have begun to explore participating in carbon sequestration programs on their properties. There's nothing in the statute now that would keep them from being removed from the tree growth program if an assessor were to determine carbon is not a forest product. The bill would clarify that the sale of carbon does not exclude land from being enrolled in the tree growth tax law as long as timber harvesting is not prohibited by the carbon sale. The second bill that we're working on is a collaboration bill with the Nature Conservancy that would update and modernize the open space tax program. This bill is still in concept form, but many of the recommendations being considered are from the Maine Forest Carbon Program Task Force. In general, the goal is to make the program more attractive to landowners. One change we would like to see is an adjustment in the reduction categories within the program to incentivize forest carbon management and wildlife enhancement. The third bill is regarding the authority of municipalities to regulate timber harvesting. This bill may sound familiar to some of you if you follow our legislative updates in the newsletters last year. It was proposed during the last session, but never received a reference to committee, so it died on the table at the end of the session. Our proposal would reintroduce the same bill. The bill is based on recommendations made by a stakeholder group assembled by the Maine Forest Service to review and assess an existing Maine law regarding municipal regulation of timber harvesting. Many municipalities were not following the law, and the group was tasked with developing recommendations to bring them into compliance. The bill sets forth a time frame and process for municipalities to come into compliance with existing law, and also clarifies that a central registry for municipal ordinances maintained by the Forest Service applies to timber harvesting activities. Last but not least, everyone's favorite, Sunday hunting. As Tom mentioned, it's a regular bill that comes before the legislature, and we're expecting yet another Sunday hunting bill this session. We haven't seen the exact language of it yet, so we don't know what kind of proposal it will be, but we're anticipating that there will be at least one. What we do know is that we were successful in defeating a Sunday hunting bill last session, and we will work just as hard this year to push back any new efforts to pass Sunday hunting. In related news, you may have heard recently that the Superior Court dismissed the lawsuit that was pending that challenged Sunday hunting based on the state's new right to food constitutional amendment. This is a victory for landowners. What is unusual about this decision is that the court didn't issue a long opinion discussing the arguments each of the parties made. It issued a one-paragraph opinion simply finding the plaintiffs had failed to state a claim upon which relief could be granted. In other words, the plaintiffs proved no facts in support of their claim that would entitle them to relief. Now that the notice of appeal, while a dismissal is welcome news, as you might imagine, it isn't the end of the fight. The case is now on appeal to the Maine Supreme Court. Now that the notice of appeal has been filed, the parties will be given a schedule to file their briefs, and the court will decide whether to hold oral arguments. The court could affirm the decision, overrule the decision, or remand the decision back to the Superior Court for further consideration. We are confident the Superior Court made the right decision and that the Supreme Court will uphold that. Stay tuned as more updates will be forthcoming on that. We'll keep you posted in the newsletter. I don't like to make predictions, but Tom said that the last session was one of the busiest and craziest. I think this one might take the cake with all the new legislators that are coming in. So I think that we'll have lots to update you on as we move forward in the legislative session. And that's my update.
Before you go, are there any questions for Carla? You're free.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Any questions for Tom or anyone else with respect to this business meeting? All right, seeing none, I need a motion to adjourn the business meeting. John, second? Yep, okay, good, thank you. All those in favor? Good, thank you. The meeting is adjourned and we can get on with the program. Thank you.
So one of the benefits of being here in person is you are eligible for door prizes. So grab your red tickets, please. Those watching online will just have to hope here. Does everybody have a ticket, a red ticket? Anybody need a ticket? Now, don't make me draw a whole bunch of numbers here. All right. Did I see Vince here today? Is Vince, are you here? Where? Vince. I just wanted to put a plug in for Tree Farmer of the Year last year. We have an extra water bottle left over. So this is going to be one of the door prizes. So you can't win this one, Vince, okay? Yeah. So, okay, so you're gonna have a choice of, you'll autograph it, would you? If, sure, so that or the Atlas. And since he's in the room, it would be kind of an insult if you don't take this, wouldn't it? So, all right, no, I'm just teasing. Last three digits, 315. No, I don't. Think so. All right, I'm gonna try to take a couple more. Boy, my ass are getting bad. 287. 287. Right there. Either one of those. It's a tick kit or a bottle. Okay, fair enough. One more. We'll do one more, then we've got a bunch more. 279. 279. 279. That's not yours, is it, Vince? 277. 277. All right. 336. 336. Last three digits. 336. Yep, that's all we'll do for now. Yep. One or the other. All right. Thank you. Okay, I have the pleasure to introduce Ethan Bessie. Ethan, you probably have read his articles in the newsletter. He actually carries on the family tradition. I think I saw Chip. I think I saw Chip here. Yeah, hi Chip. So Chip Bessie had for many years written the market column for us, and then when Chip stepped aside, Ethan stepped up, and so it's kind of a tradition, I think, in the Bessie family that Ethan is the president of E.D. Bessie and Son and the Bessie Development Company in Hinckley, 4th generation. He owns and runs E.D. Bessie Lumber Products. He has been great to have in the as a contributor in a newsletter. He always says to me, well, I don't know if I'm you know, I don't know if I have anything really interesting to say about the markets and things like that. And I said, markets are always of interest to landowners. So Ethan, I know you're here. I saw you come in. Oh, right here. So Ethan Bessie.
Good morning. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jen, for putting on this great event. It's always good to be in person with everybody. Try to shed some light on what we're seeing in the wood markets and maybe take a look in our crystal ball to see what might be coming in the future. Quickly, when I was younger, a family member once told me when I was nervous getting up in front of a crowd to imagine the audience in their underwear. So you can use that if you ever have to, and you all look great, by the way. As Tom said, I'm the 4th generation to operate a wood brokerage business in Maine. E.D. Bessie and Son. It was actually my grandfather who's the son in E.D. Bessie and Son. And our family history in Maine, owning and operating timberland, goes back before that. We actually celebrated 90 years in 2022 with E.D. Bessie and Son. And each generation has had to do something slightly different to adjust the times that we operate in. While our land management company and timber brokerage business sees the markets from the supply side, so from logs, pulpwood, land management, our lumber and flooring business, E.D. Bessie Lumber Products, deals with builders, architects, and end users. So the ultimate destination for a lot of the products that we have on our land and Northeast timberlands. I like to think it's a unique vantage point, and I often feel like I have a pretty good grasp on the markets. But just when I think I have it figured out, I'm often humbled by events that I didn't see coming, or learn about prices or deals that seem to defy logic, but nonetheless affect the market. So I will give you the way I see things, and with the humility, understanding that there's always changing markets and situations. Let's go to the first slide. Inflation. If I could have put bigger font on this, I would have. It's the sort of thing that 5 years ago we weren't talking about. It's always been there. It's always been a factor, part of life. But really, for the past decade or more, really the past 30 years, we haven't really experienced major inflation. It's here. You can't get to a news feed or turn on the news without hearing about it now, and for good reason. Obviously, it affects all of us, and it certainly affects wood prices. When you start looking at everything that's happened really in the past year, 2 years, 5 years, it's heading in a direction that is potentially unsustainable. There's a saying that higher wood prices are good for everyone. I guess unless you're the final person buying a 2x4. There's also a saying that the only cure for high prices is high prices. If something gets out of reach, too expensive, suddenly people change behaviors. And we've seen all of that in the past year. When you start talking about all of the stimulus money that went into the economy, both to individuals and to companies, you start talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the subsequent energy shortages and price increases, and it all has led towards rising costs, and also rising wood costs. Everyone sitting in this room owns timberland. Obviously, higher prices for the products that we're growing are good. But so did fuel, so did labor, so did tires, so did basically everything related to cost of living. So the question always in our mind is, are we keeping up? The other factor that we're dealing with right now is an aging and shrinking workforce in the woods. Certainly the forest products industry is not alone. Every industry is facing a worker shortage, but particularly with construction being as hot as it's been over the past couple of years, I can tell you, list off a dozen names off the top of my head of people that either cut wood or hauled, or their fathers or family were in the business, and now they're doing carpentry, they're doing construction, they're doing road work, where that might have been a seasonal thing in the past and they went back to cutting wood in the winter. Again, we're seeing a shrinking number of people. So is this the new normal? Is this what we're looking at moving forward as landowners? And it's a question to be answered. Go ahead and hit the next slide. It's kind of hard to see probably from where you're at, but this is the consumer prices from 1960 through January of 21, showing inflation as a percent. And basically, the higher you go, the higher inflation it was for that year. So you can see we're up from where we were. This doesn't show last year, but this is the end of 21. But certainly we're nowhere near 1970s levels. So in this regard, it's not the end of the world, but it's definitely higher than it was. Next slide. This is actually median consumer prices from 2010 to November of last year. So obviously a huge increase. That shaded area there is the COVID, I guess the mini recession that happened when the world shut down. Go ahead, hit the next slide. This is spruce fir lumber. And if you look at this way down from its historic highs, and this is about a year, this, if you looked at this, you'd say, oh my goodness, the world is falling. This is terrible. Why would anyone cut wood? Go to the next slide. This is in context. So this is spruce fir going back 5 years. So if you look at where we are or where we are at the end of this chart, kind of back to pre-pandemic levels. There was a period of time where on the Boston market, I believe it was up to 1,600, 1,000, could even got higher than that. Like I said, one of the cures for high prices is high prices. Suddenly you saw building starts start to drop. You saw people looking at doing different methods of building. It didn't stop, it didn't end. But if you were planning on doing a spruce fir harvest on your land and it took you 2 years to find the right contractor to go out and do it, and the prices were at 1,500 or whatever the lumber cost, not log costs, if you're getting ready to cut that this winter, it's not going to pencil out like you thought. So the question for all of us in this room is, what do you do? And there's various reasons why you'd harvest, but if chasing markets, chasing dollars, particularly for small woodland owners where you're going to get a mix of wood coming off of your landings, chances are the prices won't have gone up as dramatically for the smaller landowner as opposed to the massive contractors, but nonetheless, it will affect the bottom line. Next slide. So anytime the mills are hungry, they will take what they can get. No quotas, specs are loosened, suggestions in some cases, and often people will push the grade. We obviously don't encourage this, but it happens. When they're hungry, they'll take just about anything they can get, reducing minimum diameter sizes, etc. That's going away, particularly on the softwood deliveries. Hardwood pulp's a different story. We'll talk about the softwood just quickly because of the last slide. But within the past few weeks even, we've seen more deductions, more fussy scalers. That's a sign of a real tightening. Now, these mills still need to operate. If you've ever taken a tour of a spruce fir lumber mill, it's more expensive for them to turn it off and let it sit idle than to lose money on every stick of wood going out the door. Sawmill is a very cyclical business, but when they start getting picky, that's when you know that things are tight. Hardwood log pricing really fell off a cliff. The lumber markets last fall for hardwood were pretty shocking and related to, you know, what was happening in Europe, all over the world, but mostly related to flooring, cabinets, a lot of consumer, you know, building products. Whereas the commodity items, handles, toothpicks, golf tees, stuff like that, have stayed pretty steady. The other factor, as many of you know, is that if you're going to saw red oak, you're a sawmill, it might take you 6 months, 8 months from the time that log is cut to the time that it's kiln dried heading out the door. So you can imagine if you're in the budgeting department of a red oak sawmill trying to figure out, you know, what the costs are going to be, you don't want to overpay for that log, particularly as things are looking like they're heading down. So a lot of this is explaining why we're seeing log prices drop. Again, the demand is still there, but there's not a lot of confidence in future price increases. So again, you'll be able to move the wood that you cut today. There's really not a species that is a dog item. No disrespect to dogs, I love dogs, but you look at a product that like cedar, you know, even pine pulp. For years, there was our hemlock pulp. You just left it in the woods. I mean, there were times when Madison Paper shut down that spruce fir pulpwood would get chipped and blown back for trails rather than being sent to market. So these things happen. It's a cycle. But certainly hardwood logs are off of their peak. Next slide. We touched on this later. This is from the Four Main study that came out, was published in April of 21. We have a problem with younger workers. And like I said, it's not just the forest products industry, but the average age of the logger in the woods, I believe, is 60. There are a growing number of younger people getting into mechanized logging. But I can tell you from our office, the number of people coming through, it's an older workforce. We need more loggers. We need more truck drivers. We need more people working in the mills. And there are efforts underway. We don't have to get into all those right now. There are a lot of things that are in the works as far as workforce training. But this is important to all of us in this room. Unless you're cutting your own land yourself, which is great if you are, if you're relying on a contractor to harvest, you need to be prepared to really look hard for the right person that's going to do what you want to have done. And then make sure that if you're waiting years for that person to line up because of time of year they need to cut it or what else they have ahead of you, just be prepared for that. All right, next slide. Like I said before, a lot of this is we've covered, but if you're getting into a spruce fir stand or you really want to thin out some pine, your objective as a landowner, finances become a part of it. Obviously, you want to get the most for your wood that you can. I would really encourage you to manage for quality and to be looking at a fair price for everything. If you're really holding out for the absolute top dollar, it may be a bit of a gamble as far as just luck, timing. You may time it right, you may not, but I would just say stick with the plan that you have put forward. Next slide. So I always feel like when I'm writing a market report that it's always bad news. I don't know what the whether it's genetic or what, but there's a certain level of pessimism, and I think it's healthy, but it's also important to think of the good things that are happening. I will eat my words because I remember my father and I, when I first moved back to Maine, we had a meeting with a large paper mill. And I said, I think I said out loud, if there are still paper mills by the time I'm my father's age, you know, that'll be a victory. This was pre-2015 meltdown of all of these mills closing and before the J mill explosion. And there has been a huge shift in the paper making business in the state of Maine. away from newsprint, away from glossy magazines, and to packaging. So next slide. This was the big news that just came out. Sappi, yet again, investing hundreds of millions of dollars into new equipment. This is huge. This is huge. And guess what? They need wood. They need a lot of wood, and they're not getting it. You look at what's happening in Madison with the insulation that they're going to be putting together, again, using mill residuals. But I was talking to someone last week that was told that they either are or may be putting in a digester. So when you start getting into, okay, there's another potential outlet for spruce fir, there's a real shift in the paper making business towards packaging, and it's growing. So the paper mills have kind of rejiggered their business model. It's going to take time for people to look and say, okay, well, gee, I can actually make a living doing this, or we can do pretty well trucking or harvesting or working for the mills. But there is good news out there. Next slide. This is my attempt at the Wood Market Cafe menu, if you want to look at the dollar signs next to what's listed here. And these are the bright spots. So certainly timber mats. As a lumber person, as someone who likes to see trees grow and to get the maximum value, it kills me to see a 16-foot maple log being put into a piece of wood that's going to be driven over and then discarded of, when it's done. Think about what it could have been as a cabinet or as some flooring or millwork. Nonetheless, there is demand for these mats. The grade is kind of irrelevant. They need to be straight and they need to be big enough to be able to square up to make these mats. So timber mats, and actually there is a trend now towards even using hemlock. I know hemlock was used a while ago and we got away from it. But if you can find straight 16-foot hemlock, there are people out there that are starting to buy it. Next up on the menu is hardwood pulp. Sorry, go back to that last slide. Sorry. Hardwood pulp prices have ballooned and don't show any signs of really coming back down. And again, it's just the mills are not getting what they need. And then firewood, as we start looking at natural gas prices going through the roof, oil prices rising, obviously demand for firewood and the cost of firewood is going up. All three of those are hardwoods. You think about the stress that the hardwood supply in the state of Maine may be under if this continues. We have plenty of wood, we have plenty of we have lack of capacity for loggers. So there's a tendency there to say, okay, well, if you have, a great stand of hardwood, you do okay. But show me anybody in here who has a land, particularly in central Maine, that is just solid, beautiful hardwood. This is not the Allegheny forest. We have a species mix. So again, I would encourage you as you're looking at marketing your wood to stick with your management plan, but understand that the prices certainly for hardwood pulp and these other items could be making up for any difference that, for instance, fir and spruce prices may come off. And then finally, pine logs. One person described it as a massive dogfight for pine logs right now. Go ahead to the next slide. I love this picture. This is a beautiful, clear pine, kind of rare, but the demand for pine logs remains strong. Sales for pine boards remain strong. Pine in general is an inexpensive lumber product. People love it. It's good for home buyers, but also for trim. There's going to be a continued demand for pine logs. This is nothing different. It's nothing new. But what's starting to happen now is mills are starting to change, not only paying more money. There's one mill that's gone from a 1/4-inch scale to an 1/8-inch scale. It's kind of a gimmick. It's a good one to get more deliveries to them. If you're a truck driver, obviously you get a better scale. It may be a way for a truck driver who gets paid on gross to turn his truck and go that way for another couple of points. But next slide. We can't have a market conversation or any discussion really in the forest industry right now without talking about carbon. There have been studies very recently showing that exemplary forestry can increase carbon. We know this. We know this to be true. If you thin a stand and you release young growth, you're going to increase carbon capture, carbon sequestration. The question for all of us in this room is, what is that worth? Also, if you go through a program for carbon, or if you have your own carbon sale, you can still harvest wood. It's really negotiable as far as, again, who you do business with or what you agree to. Our family is in the midst of a carbon project right now where we are allowed to cut up to 90% of growth. So you have an inventory, you take that inventory and you figure what is your inventory, what is your growth, and then 90% of that can be harvested. And for us, that works. It also comes with strings. You know, we can't build a Walmart supercenter in our land and wherever. It's certainly limited from development. But as far as the prices, carbon prices show no sign of going away, going down. We're actually seeing prices from a year ago increase dramatically, but it's a market that is really dependent on the buyer. So there's not a single source you can go to like the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and get a carbon price. There are those things, but it's not universal. You can't rely on it. Not everyone looks at it. But carbon is definitely something that is here, particularly for the larger landowners. The prices are getting to the point that meet or even exceed what stumpage could have been. And this also is playing a factor into the paper mill's concern about getting fiber. One contact said that, you know, we're not going to use any less fiber at the mill. So what does it do to the carbon footprint if we have to go to Ohio to get timber to come all the way to Maine to make paper? There's also talk about bringing in fiber from Indonesia and South America to supplement lack of deliveries. But carbon is definitely a factor, and it's a conversation that we all need to be having. And depending on the size of land that acreage that you own, you may be in a better position. If you're a smaller landowner, there's income there, but it should be part of the overall equation of what you're doing. Is there one more slide? I was looking at my presentation from last year, and I try not to repeat myself, but this is basically the same thing. It was the final point of last year. First and foremost, whatever you do, our advice is to manage for quality. You remove what needs to go, you leave younger, healthier trees that are going to put on size. Manage for quality. Next slide. Check with our office, certainly happy to take a call or to answer questions about markets, talk to a professional forester, check with someone, because it's always changing. Like I said, just when I think I've got it figured out, something will happen, a new market will come up, prices go up, go down. But certainly I would not just leave it up to whoever is hauling wood off of your land to determine where the wood goes. It doesn't take much effort to figure out, you know, where you're cutting, where the markets are, and what the prices would be. And be clear with your objectives. If you're working with a logger or a forester and you want to manage for wildlife, or you want to manage for trails, or if you're looking to generate income, or if you really just want a little bit taken, don't let the logger or the forester or anybody else just do whatever they want. And a lot of this comes from just showing up, just being there, having a written plan, and then stopping in to make sure that that's happening, and checking the wood pile, making sure that the logs aren't going for pulp, etc. Next slide. And again, unfortunately, prices tend to drop faster than they rise. It's an unfortunate part of life, but it's true. I think all of us were watching the price of spruce fir go like this, and you watch the log prices just go like this, and you're, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? Well, unfortunately, it only happens when the big guys kind of hold back and say, well, if you want it, you got to pay for it. And then the price goes up and then everyone else benefits from that. And then the last slide, my email and our office phone number. If there's any time that we can be of service, of help, certainly shoot us an email. Some of you have already, and we appreciate it. We can at least tell you how we see things. And if we can put you in contact with suppliers or contractors, or put you in a good position for marketing your wood, we're happy to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said, it's a moving target. I know there are people in this room that are far more skilled and knowledgeable about some of these things than I. So if I say something wrong, just talk to me privately after and not in front of everybody.
Ethan, I have a question online here for you. I think you know him, Alan Haberstock.
Yeah.
My question is with regard to hemlock, what are your thoughts on hemlock markets moving forward? I contrast to the hardwood drying times you mentioned. It can be in contrast, it can be used green. Yeah.
Right.
You mentioned timber mats, but it's also good for boards and batten on barns, bridges, etc. I always wonder whether to discourage hemlock in favor of hardwood or white pine.
Well, I mean, that's a good question. Yes, hemlock can be used green, but boy, I wouldn't use it on an interior. I mean, I knew an architect that did actually frame with green lumber, and they would go in and drywall, and then they'd have to come back and fix everything because of the mold that grew from framing with green lumber. If you're building a barn or a shed or something, of course. There is still a demand for hemlock logs. The lumber. The problem is that finding good hemlock, good straight hemlock, and hemlock that doesn't have ring shake, hemlock that's not going to fall apart. I don't personally think it's ever going to be an incredibly valuable item, but it grows, and it's something that we need to be able to move. Again, I would look at it as the general management plan of your land. If you're making room for younger pine, if you're making room to release some younger hardwood, I would take it for whatever price. But yeah, Alan, I think the hemlock log and lumber market is there. I think a lot of people have tried to figure out a way to make it more lucrative or use it differently, but as a species, it just doesn't hold up even after kiln drying. So.
Okay, Ethan, I think there's some questions out. Yes, Sai has one.
Hi.
I'm not going to take very long. This is about carbon markets.
Yeah.
I wrote a little paper last year called Worldwide Wood. And I wrote a little paper last year called Worldwide Wood, which I'm thinking about submitting to the organization to print in their newsletter. It's only a couple of pages. But one of the things that we all need to think about is, number one, with the development of the carbon market, every single tree now has a market. It's really interesting. It used to be wood products. Now sequestered carbon is in fact a forest product. The other interesting thing is that the UN does a really good job of tracking forests worldwide and adding them all together, both from the standpoint of what's out there and from the standpoint of what's utilized. If you read their numbers, the world is essentially using the growth that's occurring in the forest worldwide. Standing volume worldwide is essentially flat. And that's a really interesting concept. Within the carbon discussion, there's often this idea that, oh, there's this surplus of this or that, and therefore we can set aside whatever it is. It's a very valid point. But we should not be considering that there's somehow a big surplus. The world is basically using its growth in wood.
Yeah, fair point. I think the difference is that now someone's willing to pay you as a landowner for that. So regardless of it is, and the science is important and justification of it is important, but if there's a market for something and you have that something and somebody's going to pay you for it, it's exactly. I think the concern is that carbon or forest products, right? There's a concern from the mills that they're going to get less fiber because of carbon. And like I said, there's been a couple of studies very recently that that show good forestry can actually increase carbon. So, and actually one of the studies showed that clearing and replanting is the best form of, is the most expedient way to grow carbon. But that would mean that everybody all at once in a certain region would all have to clear and replant, which is just not going to happen, first of all, but it's just not feasible. It's a study. But yeah, it's an interesting point. So we've had a fairly mild winter, right? And a lot of the biomass that goes into burning for heat and electricity at these mills, when it gets cold and in preparation of it getting cold, they start to really ramp up. I think we're going to see biomass strong for the rest of this year. There's still an interest in energy generation. Obviously, the recent news of stored solar, these biomass plants down east that are gone is unfortunate, but we've seen biomass deliveries with no quota, no nothing. I mean, really, it's wide open. Now, granted, anytime they get full of anything, they may tap the brakes. I always wondered why these mills didn't take the biomass and pick through it and get the hardwood pulp they could out of it. And I think it's a union issue. I don't think the union will do that, but I can see a future where there may be deliveries that come in and they're hurting for something and they can go through and pick it. So I think biomass will continue to become a good outlet for that lower grade.
Thank you, Ethan, for a very helpful talk. One factor I did not hear you address, and I'd love to hear you talk more about, is increasingly early spring and late winter and the shortage of time in the year compared to 20, 30 years ago when the ground is frozen.
Yeah, that's a problem. You know, someone asked me the other day, you know, how's your winter going? And I said, I'll tell you when it gets here. You know, we have certainly wood roads that are winter roads. We have operations that need frozen ground. And you're either going to not get there until the time is right, or you're going to have to adjust equipment. You know, instead of going in with a skidder, maybe you need a forwarder. There are, you know, changes you can make. I mean, the timber mats, a lot of this construction that's happening, even in the wet ground, you go and see these miles and miles of mats. I mean, that's because before they could have, I mean, there are environmental reasons, but if it was frozen ground before, they can get in there. I think we're in a period of changing climate, and we need to be able to adapt. We're also going to see species, both of trees, but also animals that are changing as it gets warmer. You think about, and we never talked about ticks when I was growing up. I mean, you think about that. It's a real problem. As far as the wood markets go with the changing climate, I mean, I think it's just gonna be more about access. It's gonna be how you get to that wood that otherwise would have been saved for colder weather. But we don't have the number of mills and the outlets for wood that we did, you know, even 7 years ago, let alone 20 or 30 years ago. So we have fewer and fewer destinations for woods, fewer mills. The ones that are here are strong and are growing, and they're going to buy everything they possibly can. So as landowners, I'd be very cautious about landings, particularly in the spring. I'd be very cautious about road building. I'd be cautious about, you know, not just warmer weather, but intense weather, right? We get rainfall where suddenly you'll get 3 inches overnight. If you don't have your road built well, guess what? You're not going to have a road, or you're going to be spending time and money to fix that. So these are all things that you need to consider. But that's all, again, part of a changing climate for sure. One more.
Hi, thanks, Ethan. The press is reporting that both Canada and Japan are putting restrictions on logs. Does that mean anything for us in Maine?
I mean, it's a global market. So certainly if there's a product that's coming out of Canada or Japan, or if it's, was the limit on US logs going to Canada and Japan? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Then whoever is in the US that is buying those is celebrating because they're going to get those and not have to compete with Canada and Japan. So
Japan.
oh, I mean, sure, mostly lumber though. I mean, logs, I guess what happened a few years ago is lumber got to the point where it was so expensive that the Chinese, their labor costs, this is dated information, but their labor costs were so low that it was cheaper for them to ship a log all the way to China and then process it there. It seems foolish to ship bark and sawdust and everything else, but labor costs worked. But yeah, there's a lot of lumber that goes there. Logs, probably. But the export lumber market is really vibrant in Asia for sure.
Can you talk about the cross-laminated timber business? I mean, we heard a couple of announcements about
Yeah.
2-3 years ago. My suspicion is there's no wood to buy to build these things because of the high price, or is there something else afoot?
I think it's the cost of making that plant. I mean, it's phenomenally expensive to build what it would take cost to make to build that would be tremendous. It's also not a product. So the cross-laminated timber, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but it's a wood laminated together to make structures. And it's really cool. We actually went to the National Building Museum in Washington, D.C., which I loved. I can't say my kids like dragging them through it, but it was fascinating. And there was a whole display about these. And even elevator shafts that can show up to a building and they're all pre-cut and just go up, and it's strong. And again, it's captured carbon, right? It hits all those points. It's not so widely used that somebody that's going to spend, hundreds of millions of dollars potentially to build this, and it's going to work. So it's a huge risk. I went to the presentation in Orono a few years ago where there was, talk and promises, but I just think it's a massive investment with an unknown final market for the product they're making. I think that's the issue.
Ethan, any comments about biochar?
Biochar, no. I love new ideas in wood, and I love what Timber HP has talked about with the wood insulation. My concern, and again, not to dive into my cynical side, but my concern is that anytime you have something new, it's great. You want to encourage innovation, you want to encourage it. But some of these things are so new that it may take a long time for them to take off, or they may forever be a niche product that is interesting. I like food, so I like to compare things to what happens in the food world. You think about the organic movement. For years, organic was this very niche. If I had said in 1980 organic, you could have drawn me a picture of that one person out of 1,000 that would want organic. Whereas now we understand that food is health, and the world has moved towards local, and organic is not kind of a dirty word. It's taken a long time to get there. My point about that is niche. If you get into a niche market, it's great. You want to innovate. My concern is that if we're putting our eggs in that basket to save, or to create this great new market, I think it's going to be a long time.
I don't see any more questions, so thank you so much.
Okay,
Thanks so much,
thank you
Isaiah.
all.
Let's do, Debbie, let's do a couple more door prizes. And while I'm doing that, I just want to mention, we normally would have auction items out and about here. We're doing it online because this is a hybrid, but we do have one, and if you go online, you can see the items. There are some people here in the audience that have given. I'm going to miss somebody probably, but Jimmy, I see Jimmy Robbins. Oh, Jimmy, there's a tour of your mill there as one of the prizes that's doing very well. I'm assuming maybe you're going to give the personal tour, I hope. Possibility. It will go up if you do it. We can, and You're doing it. Thank you. And a day with Bob Seymour, that's been a very popular item. We have a cutting board that Paul Sampson did. Mark Doty donated an axe. I don't know if Peter Pfeiffer is here or not, but books he's donated and written and signed. And but there's a planter in the back, the cedar planter that Doug Boyd's company that Doug used to own, that came from them. And so that's an item you can bid on here and it's not online. So please take a look at that. And I'm going to draw a couple more door prizes. Number 281. Sorry.
281.
281. 281. $309. All right, the next one I call, somebody just jump up. That's first one up gets it. It's for the hat or the mug. This is we don't have many of these left. This is the Swom hat that is no longer in print. 326. Oh, come. Did we get it? Doug says no. Well, at least he responded. 278. How can that many people have left the room? Really? 278. All right, I'm going to do one more, whatever is left there, and the calendar from Main Tree. 252. Okay. Okay, so the next next presentation about educating the next generation of forestry professionals. I mentioned we had there's frankly, I think a shortage. I think there's a shortage of where is it? A shortage of foresters, at least that's my impression. So we have Jessica Leahy, Dr. Jessica Leahy. Some of you may know she's a former board president. She's a professor of human dimensions at the natural resources, and she's still the interim associate dean at the School of Forest Resources at the University of Maine. She's done a lot of work on the social psychology and communication approach of how to natural resource management. She's done a number of surveys for us and for a bunch of other natural resource organizations. And with her is Dr. Nicole Rogers, assistant professor of silviculture at the School of Forest Resources, University of Maine. And her research is focused on silviculture as a tool to meet the diverse needs and demands placed on the forest. So welcome both of you, and thank you very much for coming.
Yep, I think that'll work. All right, well, before we start, we're going to give an update on educating foresters during the pandemic at the University of Maine. So it'd be really helpful. Could you raise your hand if you're a University of Maine alum, any major? Who are there? Black bears? Good. Excellent. And then you can put your hand just down. How about specifically forestry majors? Also well represented. Excellent. Let's get going. Next slide.
Okay, so who are we? Well, we already got a nice introduction, so this should be pretty short and sweet. We're professors at UMaine. I'm also an alum of the program and a native of Lincolnville, Maine. And I'll just point out, before I was in this capacity, I was teaching at UMaine Fort Kent. So some experience with a variety of forestry education in Maine.
Next slide, please.
All right, so when Jessica and I were thinking about this talk, we really wanted to take it back to the beginning, which for us in this topic is spring of 2020. And to be frank, this was a pretty chaotic period for those of us in education and probably a lot of us in this room, period. We had about 7 days to take students from a fully in-person and hands-on program and translate that into an online experience. There were also a variety of things that came up we weren't anticipating, like students not having access to internet connections reliably, especially in our rural communities. We also had students who shifted to full-time work or work during the traditional school hour when they went home because they lost on-campus jobs or jobs within the campus community. And so what that meant is where we might have met traditionally from 8 to 9, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we couldn't do that anymore. And then just in general, we're recognizing that students were having really different experiences at home than they might have been when they were in the classroom with us. And so to get around this and to work with them, a lot of us who were teaching also shifted, instead of just fully online, we also shifted from this faculty or teacher-led position to more of a self-guided approach for students. And so what that meant is that we relied on our class websites. We'd post materials and recorded lecture slides or videos and ask students to walk through that material at a time and place that worked for them. It also meant we had to have really open lines of communication. So there were a lot of emails, lots of phone calls, text messages. I had a colleague who was talking with students on TikTok or Snapchat, whatever way we needed to, just so that we could keep that communication line open, because there was so much work that both of us were doing independently of each other. We also needed to be really creative. At the time, I was teaching forest measurements, and I had sent students home without a D-tape, without a prism, without access to the tools that we consider part of the trade in forestry. And I was also trying to teach them how to use those tools without being in the woods with me. That's a pretty tall order when I go back and think about it. And so what we did was rely on existing content. We referred a lot to YouTube videos. So practicing foresters who'd put content up online that showed folks how to measure a tree. We used that when we couldn't be together. We also had to get creative about how to make tools. So a thumb is a pretty nice prism when you don't have anything else to use. We also made D-tapes out of string. And again, it was just about being flexible and working together so that we could get students through this really challenging period. And then last but not least, students were in all different places. So when I said go out to the woods, what I was looking at looked very different than what some of my students saw. Sometimes it was just a couple of trees in a park near their apartment. So again, flexibility and patience with each other was really critical here. Next.
At the university, we have teaching and research responsibilities. So while we transitioned the traditional classroom that you might think of, forestry students taking lectures and labs and things like that, we also have a very robust graduate program. So we had to very quickly adapt that as well. We had graduate students who had fieldwork plans, and the university had travel restrictions. So we had to figure out how to be very creative with coming up with research projects and finishing what they had started so that they could finish on time. We had to switch to mentoring in a Zoom format, which surprisingly, it was really challenging to go from when you can sit down in a student during office hours or you're mentoring their research experience, and then to switch to Zoom was incredibly challenging. Also at the graduate level, we had to work out the technology issues. So a lot of the advanced software that students use for their research requires access to software that we keep in our computer lab. So we had to spend a lot of time figuring out how to remote access into computers. We had Louis Morin, who many people know. He was managing the computer lab, trying to figure out how we could get students in there. We were able to successfully do it. That photo that shows on the slide there is Ian Hathaway, a Harpswell native and UMaine alum, successfully defending his thesis online right in the midst of the pandemic. Next slide, please. In addition to the teaching and research aspects, we also really wanted to support students through the pandemic. It was very abrupt. It was very challenging. And so we provided extra student support during this time. We figured out how to take even some of the extracurriculars. Now, the Woodsman's team was challenging. Don't think they were able to figure it out. But we had other groups. For instance, we have the SWIFT group that supports women and other gender minorities in successful strategies for being in the forestry field. We were able to do a winter tree ID, sort of a fun, well, if we're going to be online, we might as well talk about Western trees instead of Eastern trees. Many of our students also continued that first summer of the pandemic. They already had secured their forestry summer internships, and they continued with those plans. And so we provided student support for the uncertain future that they would face heading into the summer. Next slide, please.
So when we came back in fall of 2020, forestry is an amazing profession and an amazing education for a lot of reasons. But one is that we could be safely together because so much of our time was outside. And we were really just excited to be back in person. It felt good to be connecting with students face to face as opposed to through a computer screen. But again, flexibility was really important here because despite really good safety protocols, we were wearing masks on campus, we had regular testing, we were implementing social distancing, people were still getting sick. And so to combat that the best we could, classes were taught simultaneously in person and on Zoom. And so that meant that if someone wasn't feeling well or felt like they needed to be home, the idea was that they could do that safely while still being engaged with their studies. Now, if any of you have had COVID or just ever been sick, that maybe isn't always the way it goes, right? Sitting in front of a computer screen when you don't feel well may not work, but it was the best we could do at the time. And we also know that this required a lot of energy, not just from faculty, but from students and staff too. And so something we started to see maybe as that initial enthusiasm began to wane, it was that people were feeling burnt out and a little bit overwhelmed, to be frank. And we also were seeing that there were some learning gaps coming up. So we had done our best to get students through that really abrupt transition like Jessica was talking about, but that also meant that there were things students hadn't grasped as well as they might have if we'd been in person in a traditional setting. And we'll come back to that in just a moment. Next, please.
My experience as we headed into the fall of 2020 was that I was teaching the year-long senior capstone course where students prepare a forest management plan. And just what Nicole said about the flexibility that we needed to exhibit, that was exactly true with this. So we basically had 5 tracks for students, whether they could be in person or remote, whether they wanted to use the local Orono Land Trust property or a different offsite capstone, whether they wanted to work individual or in a group. I've never been so flexible as a professor as that fall, but it also felt like I was teaching 5 classes at the same time. They would do weekly check-ins. In some ways, I really liked it because they had to be very independent. And it was almost like I was running a consulting firm because they were doing all these small woodlot management plans. They had to do pre-work check-ins. They would do post-work to confirm that they had completed the job and ask any questions that they had. I feel that after that fall semester that my teaching had forever changed. I was much more fluid about the flexibility, but also in the slide, you'll see a photo of a logger's tape and then also of a data sheet. So now teaching is very fluid. When a student has a question, in the past, they would have to come to open office hours and ask a question, or they would ask you after class, or they would send you an email. And I don't know why I responded with very long, detailed emails in the past. That's not very effective. So now I take photos, I record my answers, I do software demos. I'm much more responsive and fluid in all of the different modalities that are possible. And I think it's more effective. I see students more willing to ask questions through all of the different ways. They can call, they can text, they can email, they can come in person, they can ask questions, they can record a video of what they're running into in terms of a software glitch and things like that. So fluidity is a new thing that will continue to go forward because I think that's one aspect where the learning was enhanced. Next slide.
But we do want to acknowledge the learning gaps that we have been seeing. We are working to address this in our program as a whole, but some of these won't surprise you, right? In a profession like forestry where things are so hands-on, students that weren't able to be in the field working with faculty, working with their peers, those skills didn't sink in as well. So that might be something as simple as how do I use a D-tape? What's a realistic basal area for a stand in Maine? And again, we're working on that in our program by reiterating this information over and over at different levels of the program in an effort to combat that, but we are still seeing that in our students. And it's also in ways I might not have expected. As Jessica said, we weren't really able to travel with our students. That meant that they had to stay locally. That worked great in that we were able to get them outside, but it meant they weren't getting exposure to different forest types or different ways of doing forest management. And also we weren't able to bring guest speakers in. So that meant that their network that they might have at the end of their forestry education wasn't as strong as we would have expected pre-pandemic when we had folks coming and going on campus really regularly. Next slide. So here we are getting ready for spring 2023. And are we back to business as usual? Kind of. We're back in the classroom. Masks are optional, and we've been able to implement a lot of the programming that we were doing pre-COVID. So we have overnight field camps again. We can take students out to connect with landowners and foresters in the field. That's excellent, but we are seeing reverberations of this as well, and we're expecting that to last for a long time. So the photo on the slide here is from the recent Women's Forest Congress, and this talk was looking at the effects of COVID specifically on women foresters in the profession. And we saw that trickle down into netting hall too. We didn't have any women in the first year class in the fall of 2020. So some aspects like that we'll be dealing with targeted activities, and others we won't know that it's a reverberation of COVID until it happens. Students who missed field skills, we're anticipating that, we're working on that. But a student who didn't get to take an in-person English class, or maybe didn't get to connect with their peers, they might not have as strong a communication skill set going forward. And so with each new group of students coming through, we're anticipating there will be pieces that we'll need to adjust based on what they weren't able to get in the classroom at the time. Next. But there's also a lot that we're keeping. So there were some silver linings here for sure in terms of how we as educators think about the student population. Like Jessica said, we're a lot more fluid in what we do. And I think that's good for students and it's good for us. And then it also just informed or reinforced things we've been thinking about for a long time. You can't have a forestry program with without a lot of good outdoor activities and labs, but we implemented more of those when we came back to campus because it was a great way to connect with students, but also stay safe. Students really like that. So wherever we had a chance to pull in more outdoor time, we're doing that. We also, again, this just really emphasized how lucky we are to have our partners at the University Forest, and also folks like the Orono Land Trust who let us take students out onto their property. We want to keep building those relationships. And then the digital and technological advancements that we made, like creating a video so that a student can go back to a hard concept and watch it over and over again. It's way more efficient than talking to me after class or me writing a long-winded email, right? So that's something the students really appreciated as part of COVID, and we're going to keep that in our traditional lecture environment. Next.
What was really exciting was that the University of Maine was recognized nationally for our efforts to pivot to a pandemic mode and to remember students first. This picture here is from a recap of the 2021 Society of American Foresters National Convention panel, in which the University of Maine was one of 4 universities highlighted for the efforts that we made during the pandemic. Next slide. Let's look at the impact in terms of numbers. And so this chart shows our enrollment. The x-axis runs from 2012 to 2022. The blue line, which is pegged to the left axis, is our number of Bachelor of Science of Forestry students. You can see that initially in 2012, we had 59 undergrads. It went up to a high. The fourth time period is 2019 from the left, excuse me. Between 2019 and 2020, we went from a high of 102 undergrads. We dropped to 84 undergrads. So a 20% drop due potentially to the pandemic. Now the green chart is our Master of Forestry. This is a professional master's program that we'll describe in detail next. That program is keyed to the right-hand side of the axis there. It had a low of 4 students in 2016. Currently, we're at 24 students. You can see a little bit of a drop from 18 to 16 in that year between 2019 and 2020. That's the pandemic effect. So a far greater pandemic dip in enrollment with undergrads, those for us pretty traditionally 18-year-olds who are coming to college for the first time. Overall, though, there's a really rosy enrollment story here. In 2012, with the undergrads and the Master of Forestry combined, we only had 70 students in our forestry program. And now, as we headed into last fall, this current academic year that we're in, we have 107 students. So we're very excited about that, very excited about the growth of our Master of Forestry program as well. Next slide. So if you haven't heard of the Master of Forestry program, it's a professional graduate degree. It's not research-based. There's no thesis. Instead, there's a significant capstone project that students do. It typically is 2 years. And we also have a 1-year option for students who do a 4-year bachelor's and want to continue and stay for 1 extra year. It's accredited by the Society of American Foresters, which helps with licensing and other aspects of being a professional forester. It's considered having an SAF accredited degree is a important credential to have. Next slide. So you'll notice that there was not much of a drop. And so it's worth talking about why. And one thing we had is something that Terry Baker, who is the head of the Society of American Foresters, he often, when he starts meetings, he talks and he throws out TGIF, which many people know is thank goodness it's Friday. But for Terry, it's thank goodness I'm a forester. And that really caught on during the pandemic because you were an essential worker. You could go outside, you were safe while you were there, you got to keep working. And it's a really meaningful career because you can go, there's forest products, but also people really connected to nature and the recuperation that the outdoors was able to provide. So our continued growth of that program was really a lot of people took the pandemic as an opportunity to reassess their life and their career. We also continued new recruiting and advising models, which I think helped. We also had, we have really great graduate stories of all of our alums through all of the years, but we have really recent Master of Forestry graduates like Logan and Mike, who have very different careers, executive director of Maine Tree Foundation, and then also operations forester with Prentice and Carlisle. These are dream jobs for a lot of students. And when we can talk about how, yes, you can get a master's degree in forestry, you can become a forester, you can have all sorts of undergrad degrees, and there's a wide spectrum of what you can do in forestry. It's very compelling, and we think there's a lot of growth opportunities in there. And it helps to meet some of our current students. Next slide.
So these are, I love all of my students, but these are some of my favorite students to work with because they come from such a diverse background. And so we thought it would be great to share that with you. So this is a subset of some of our students that are in our MF program, starting with Kelby Leary. Kelby is an alum of UMaine, but she received her bachelor's in wildlife ecology. She went on to do some work for IF&W and then decided to come back for our professional degree. Kelby is pursuing a project with the state of Maine, looking at health with emerald ash borer. Next. Up next is Mike Terraquino. Mike is also an alum of UMaine, but from the School of Environmental Science and Ecology. Mike has worked with the Central Pine Barrens and also the Cape Cod National Seashore. As part of that, he ended up as a wildland firefighter last summer. Next. And then Dave Ludwig, and I really like Dave for a lot of reasons, but one is that I think he typifies so well why folks might come back for this professional degree. So Dave has his bachelor's in environmental science from Cornell. He'd worked as an environmental planner and consultant in California and was brushing up against forestry, but finding that to get that forestry degree or that forestry career he wanted, he needed some additional credentials. So that's why he came to Maine. He's just getting ready to graduate. He'll be taking a job with the state. And as part of his MF project, he developed an urban tree inventory for the town of Orono. Next. Sean Horn is another excellent student of ours. He has his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Northeastern University and spent about 6 years building dams and doing geotechnical engineering. Decided that wasn't for him, switched gears during the pandemic and came to get his professional degree. Sean's worked with the Penobscot Experimental Forest and is really interested in pursuing a career in consulting when he's done. He's doing an MF project looking at how to connect landowners and educators and students with the available GIS and other spatial tools. Elisa Shine is another great student of ours. She received her undergraduate degree in English of all things, and then went on to work as a wilderness educator and also to build wooden canoes in Maine. She came back and is now getting her MF and pursuing a project with Piscataquis County Soil and Water Conservation District, helping them write a management plan. She's also worked with Bascahegan Company and our university forest, and then she'll be working as the wood bank coordinator for Piscataquis County this academic year. And then last, but definitely not least, is Eric McPherson. Eric received his undergraduate degree in business administration from Georgia Technical Institute. He then went on to be in the Peace Corps in Senegal. He's worked as an urban tree consultant. He's worked for consulting firms. He's worked for our cooperative forestry research unit. And his MF project is looking at the outcomes of our Maine Adaptive Silviculture Network study that's hosted through the CFRU. Next.
Great. So we feel the future of forestry is bright. We feel it because of these students, but we're also data driven. And so I have a administrative appointment. So we're always thinking at these really high levels. And so we have access to a data source called Lightcast, which is one component of our continuous improvement of the forestry curriculum. Here, Lightcast brings together Bureau of Labor statistics, online job board statistics, and other sources to create career profiles, occupational outlooks. We can use great aspects of it to refine the program. As it looks at job announcements, it keys out different software demands so we can see what employers are wanting in their advertisements, and it can summarize that for us. One thing it tells us in the top part of the infographics there is that this area is a hotspot for foresters. The salary is high, but job postings are low, and that's because advertising for a forester. A lot of our alums are getting offers that are not open competitive. Their employers come and hire them in-house without advertising. Next slide. It's also helpful to see how our students are doing and to give students an accurate assessment of what their prospects will be, what sort of salary range that they can get. The bottom chart of the slide that I just showed you had the occupational age breakdown, and we do see that there'll be continual retirements of foresters, so there'll be continual openings presumably, and that the salary looks pretty reasonable. Next slide. If we switch now to talk about, as Tom's highlighted a few times, are there shortages of consulting foresters, in particular, those consulting foresters who work with small woodland owners like yourself? And I think as we were putting together this talk, I came to the conclusion, yes. Yeah, Nicole too. And we knew we were given this talk, and then the Association of Consulting Foresters, the national group that is the professional society for consulting foresters, sent me their annual magazine, The Consultant. And what's on the cover? Who wants a job? And this whole magazine, that article was about how consulting firms across the nation are having to be very competitive in recruiting forestry graduates. They're having to be competitive to state, nonprofit, federal. All of the forestry is a great profession, and it's in high demand across all of the sectors, not just into consulting. And so the annual magazine really highlighted what consulting firms would need to do in order to compete for our graduates. Next slide. Let's just look, though, as we continue to think about what is the University of Maine doing to prepare our graduates to enter and to become consulting foresters and to work with small woodland owners. First, we can look at, well, what about our pandemic class? So the class of 21 was the one that class was in their junior year when they had to go remote, and they had to spend all of senior year under pandemic protocols. So they were pretty affected, not to diminish the effect that all of us had or that future classes will have. But let's look at what happened, their career outcomes. We're very pleased with their placement rate. We had, of the 23, 7 went to work for commercial forest land management companies like Landvest, Huber Resources, and Wagner. 4 went on to state or federal employment with the Maine Natural Areas Program here in Maine, but then several federal options, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, U.S. Forest Service, and Bureau of Land Management. 4 went into forest products, utility foresters, or worked as a forester for logging contractors. That would include Robbins Lumber, Whole Forest Products in Connecticut, and Treeline in Lincoln. 3 did take extra time to graduate, and so that actually felt really reasonable in terms of the effect of the pandemic on some students. These students, all 3, were disrupted with something caused by the pandemic. 1 continued on to graduate school, 1 very interested in remote sensing and drones and that sort of thing, and advanced training is helpful there. 2 did not go into forestry, and 2, one was a double major, and another went out west to fight fires, and I've lost track of them. But in general, our graduates ended up all employed if they wanted to be employed, very happy with their prospects of what happened to them after graduation. Note, none of them went into consulting forestry. Next slide. So again, with our continuous improvement of our curriculum, we do several things. We exit interview the students as they leave. We do every 10 years as a part of our Society of American Foresters accreditation. We do alumni and employer surveys, and as opportunities come about, we do other workforce assessment things. And this article here was published in 2020 in the Forest Products Journal and was an educational needs assessment of Maine's forest product industry. From that, we looked at their educational needs, and educational need is defined as the employer telling us how important a particular thing is, subtracting the aptitude, the knowledge, skills, and abilities of our recent grads. And so to pop high on this list, it has to be really important with maybe less than ideal performance. To be on the low side, it's either not important or it's important, but our graduates are hitting the target. The top 5 educational needs that came out of this were that students need to be prepared to deal with change, motivate and manage personnel, negotiate contracts, problem solve, and have greater financial analysis skills. All of these, we think as well, point towards many of the skill sets, business and communication, that consulting foresters need. So we can address, this was forest sector wide, we can address these educational needs while hopefully also bolstering their ability to enter into the consulting forestry field. Next slide. So we are now making a very strong effort to address those educational needs. And we'll talk about 2 of our current initiatives. We'll throw out some suggestions for other ideas. But one thing is we're trying to focus in and improve their exposure to small woodland owners and to consulting forestry concepts, to business and communication, at all stages of their program. So one thing we've implemented are research learning experiences. This is university-wide, and we've tailored these research learning experiences for our forestry students. One is on the university forest, where they get exposure to boundary maintenance, inventory work, marketing, and also conventional logging, which is introducing them to aspects of operations, and also the markets and trucking and all of the things that are associated with small woodlot management. Next slide. We also in the fall of 21 had a research learning experience that took place on the Orono Land Trust. This one was called Measure a Forest, and they did a stand assessment. They met with their clients, the Orono Land Trust. They had to listen to their objectives, and they got to practice giving recommendations as well. So right from the start, now that they're interacting more with people and getting exposure that we think is important. Next slide.
So another piece of this initiative at the university level to connect our students with consulting skills and small woodlot management is the revision to the capstone sequence. So this is now called Small Woodlot Management. It's the culmination of the undergraduate curriculum as well as the Master of Forestry. This got implemented for the first time last fall, and we should really give a big thank you to Andy Schultz for helping us with this. He stepped in to a newly revised class in the middle of a pandemic. I'm sure that wasn't an easy feat. Parts of this class have been in place for a while now, and it's really coming together nicely as this capstone sequence. In the fall, students collect forest inventory. This can either be as a solo project or a group. You can find your own woodlot, or we can help you find a woodlot. So I'd make a plug now if you're a landowner interested in having a student come do a woodlot on your property. We'd be happy to connect with you. We have folks like Felix here who have let us do that, and we really appreciate that. That's important for us and important for our students. We ask students to follow NRCS guidelines when they're developing their inventory and emphasize how important it is, especially for small woodlot management, to really know your acreage. The other piece that we emphasize heavily in this course is communication. We want students to meet with a landowner, understand what they're saying and be able to synthesize that into goals. And then really important, we want students to be able to show a landowner how the management they're recommending connects and helps them achieve that goal. We also want students to become more familiar with the tools that are available to them. So things like web soil survey, forest for the birds, economic analysis, and FES, tools they might use if they went out to become a consulting forester. Next. As part of this presentation, we reached out to our current students and asked them what they thought about consulting forestry. Where do they see the barriers? Where do they see challenges? What are the opportunities? And we get some really good feedback from them. Some of it is just there are ways we can help them be more connected to the profession, period, whether they want to go into industrial management, whether they want to work state and private. But as we think about consulting, some things came up that we found interesting, like the student who said consulting forestry is a mystery. Okay, we should work on that. We also recognize some of the things that students shared with us that aren't surprising. Like they don't feel as though they have the experience to go out and be a consulting forester right after graduation. They don't necessarily feel like they have the field skills, and they also aren't sure that they have the connection to landowners and to be able to build that client base. Next. And so then we reached out to consulting foresters and asked, what do they think are the barriers to getting folks into this branch of forestry? And like we saw with Ethan's presentation, there's a crunch age-wise and numbers-wise just in general in the forestry profession, and that was reflected in what consulting foresters told us too. Not only do we need more folks to be consultants, we just need more forestry students. And we're working on that, and we have a task for you all to help in just a minute. But when we think about why, from a consulting forestry standpoint, folks might not get involved, again, consultants recognize some of those barriers too. It can be intimidating to jump in and not feel like you have that expertise, whether that's field skills based or whether that's things like running a small business. And then just recognizing this might not be for everyone, and that's okay. But that the partnerships we've continued to develop between consulting forestry and the university are really important. So I have a second request to make of all of you. If anyone is a consulting forester and would like to connect with students, we're getting ready to start the second semester of Capstone, and I'd love to put them in touch with you if that's something you're interested in. Next. So how can you all help us in this big initiative? Well, first and foremost, help us recruit. That would be awesome. It can be anyone you know, whether that's your children, your grandchildren, your friend, someone walking down the street. We want them in forestry. We'd ask that you think about the folks who are getting ready for that first degree, but also the people that might be thinking about a career change. They would be a really great candidate for our MF program.
We also think there are a lot of opportunities, whether with landowners, Maine Woodland Owners Maine Woodland Owners as an association, and consulting foresters. We generated a lot of good ideas, and I think it's a matter of which ones do we want to implement? How do we want to make it happen? We think there's greater opportunities besides the changes that we've already made, the improvements we've made. There's even more that we can do to connect our current students with consulting forestry. I think there's also some ideas of how do we help people do this kind of forestry when they feel they need experience? What about postgraduate opportunities and opportunities for mentoring? And then we also need, because of that experience being such a key thing, we need to make pathways for experienced foresters who want to transition into consulting forestry. We need to have what's, whether it's professional development, continuing ed, or other credentials, ways to give them the tools that they need to make that switch over from whatever kind of forestry they were doing before, the business and communication being probably the key thing that they could use assistance with running a small business. Finally, I'll just mention that we have the School of Forest Resources is incredibly well regarded within the University of Maine. We're supported, we're heard and seen as really important, and that when the university does well, we do well as in part. And so there are, if you have an opportunity to tell your legislators that you like the University of Maine system, forestry included, please let your legislators know that you support our program. That would be great. So thank you. And the next slide has our emails, and perhaps there's still time for questions. Okay.
Questions, anybody?
Right here.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Are you involved with a forestry that in particular is responsive to climate change? For instance, responding to changes in species habitat, suitability, things like that. I would think that would be a real draw for some people who want to get into forestry, who are very aware of climate change, negative effects, what to do about it.
Certainly, Nicole can probably talk about how she addresses it in the silviculture class, but what I would say looking across the curriculum is that climate change, the emerging carbon markets, or just fundamental knowledge of carbon, all of that is getting infused throughout the entire curriculum. We had a number of our faculty serve on the Maine's Climate Council, on the scientific committee. It's in all of our classes from all of the different angles. Even our forest operations professor, Anil Kitsa, his recent experiment station project that went in was on the aspects of adapting logging systems to a changing climate. So it is infused throughout.
Yeah, sure. So I can speak specifically about silviculture, and I'll just say that it comes up all the time, whether we intend it to or not. We emphasize really heavily that the fundamentals are maybe more important now than ever. But when we talk about things like choosing a prescription, we might put more emphasis on species diversity or just recognizing uncertainty is coming our way. So the thread of climate change weaves in often, and students, I think, are really interested in that. I'm hearing a lot more questions that are specific to how we might manage for climate resilience and adaptation than I was even a couple of years ago.
Maybe one more. Size got the microphone.
I know I'm one of those people that babbles on all the time. A couple of things. Tree Farm actually has a program to mentor people. I don't know how many people are aware of that, but they have a program for that. Secondarily, congratulations on all the great work you're doing. Third, I went through an interesting experience with the University of Maine, and you can take this home. When I first moved here permanently to the coast and was doing some consulting, I contacted the university. I went up and talked to some of the forestry students, and I offered people a chance to go in the woods. I got almost no response. I asked people to come to Blue Hill and meet me. One person did that. I finally found that I had to go to the university and pick them up and take them around for the day and deliver them home, which I was unimpressed by the response from the students. So hopefully we'll get better. And if you're looking for somebody to come talk with students, I volunteer to do that.
Excellent. We'll love to have you. It is important, whether you could attribute that to student interest. I also look at other factors that are affecting them, which is that many of them are working a lot. The average University of Maine student graduates with about $35,000 in debt, and that's with them working. So they also have, and this becomes an issue for them, a barrier to entry into the consulting firm, and we can decide how reliable of transportation they need, but they drive junkers. And maybe that's always been the case, but I have found that gas money and a reliable vehicle are problems. And good on them for being able to keep these vehicles running. There is hope in that regard. But I do think we're going to need paid internships, summer experiences, things that help them grapple with that student loan debt pressure that they're under. And I think the other thing is that it's hard for consulting foresters, I think, would like to hire students for the summer, but it's really hard for them financially as well. And so I think, sponsored, maybe we can still match consulting foresters with students who want to work in paid internships. But expecting that burden to go onto the consulting, these small 1-2 person frequently businesses, that's asking a lot for them to be able to create that sort of excess in their operation as well. So I think we can still do it, especially if we all work together.
Okay, terrific. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I just want to say also that we'll continue this conversation probably in the newsletter, and also probably with connecting people to Jessica through our organization. So this is not the end of that conversation.
Jen, why don't you come up and do the introduction of the next one? And I just want to make, there is one change in the program that you may, right after lunch, Gary Crocker some of you know Gary as the humorist. Gary is gonna make a surprise visit here and have a little levity for us for right after lunch. So when we do break for lunch, which is not now, but when we do, I just wanted to let you know that we're gonna have a little bit of entertainment today in the afternoon. So Jen, come on up.
Hi, everyone. I think we forgot to say that this is terrific to see everybody in person. I do a lot of online programs. I've seen a lot of your names. I haven't seen you in the flesh in a long time. So we're just really glad that this worked out, that everybody's here, and that we can offer this both online and in person. So thank you all for your time. So I got to meet some very interesting people the past couple weeks, getting this event together, and this presentation is, I think, going to be really interesting to most of you. I'm introducing Dean and Sheila Bennett. They're married and they're colleagues, and they have done very amazing things in their lifetime, in their career. They're offering a presentation today about their book that they've recently has been released. They published this year. It's called When the Land Turned Green, the Maine Discovery of the First Land Plants, which tells the story of a PhD student from Harvard who in the 1950s did a geological study of Baxter State Park, and in the process discovered a 400-million-year-old fossil plant in that park, and it was not, which had not been found anywhere else, and is now the Maine state fossil. And it's also been a tool for scientists to learn about better about the transition of plants to the land. So Dean and Sheila put this together. They've done a lot of their own research, and Dean is a professor emeritus at the University of Maine at Farmington, and as a professor of science education. His career spans teaching all grade levels in public schools as well as in state government. He writes and illustrates books about nature, wilderness, and human relationships with the natural world for both adults and children. And he's written and published over a dozen books, including some he co-wrote with Sheila, and have won numerous awards and recognitions. And Dean holds a PhD in resource planning and conservation from the University of Michigan. And Sheila is a professor emeritus at the University of Maine, Augusta, where she taught in the science department for 36 years. She was the recipient of the Lieber Professorship and Distinguished Scholars Award, which allowed her to study ancient environments of Maine through fossil evidence. She co-authored with Dean Allagash Wilderness Waterway and Natural History Guide, published by the Bureau of Parks and Recreation and the Maine Department of Conservation, which is a pocket guide for visitors of the waterway. And these two have actually been on the Allagash many, many times on their canoe. So they have a lot of experience. And Sheila holds a PhD in biological sciences from the University of Maine. And they're both avid hikers, canoers, and hunters. And they have made, as I said, many trips down the Allagash, and they spend many weeks each year at their family camp in woods in Greenwood. And they reside in Howell. So thank you so much for being here. And we really look forward to hearing your presentation. So all you need to do is just say next slide. You'll see your slides there.
Okay. Good.
And you just say next slide when you would like the next slide.
All right.
Okay.
Yes. We'll wait for the first slide. We can have the next slide, please. We'll start with the acknowledgements, just a few, because this was not done alone, this book that we have, and Sheila will begin. We need to
Oops, yes.
get up close to the microphone.
Okay.
I need to read to you a portion of the acknowledgements in this book that was recently published. We are not paleontologists, nor are we geologists. We are educators who have an in-depth background in natural sciences. However, if it were not for the scientists, we would not have the courage, background, and support that we drew on to write this book. It was because of their generous spirit of sharing that this book exists, a spirit that appears in the story many times. First, we thank Andrew Casper. Andrew Casper Jr. is the only living member of the scientists who were involved in the study and discovery of the Maine state fossil Pertica quadrifaria. We could not have had told the story if it were not for the day he devoted to recounting details of his discovery to one of us, Dean, in demonstration in his laboratory at Rutgers University in the 1980s. For the time he spent several years ago reviewing his knowledge of the fossil in the dining room of Warrena Forbes, the widow of Bill Forbes, in Washburn, Maine, and more recently for the many hours he gave in correcting and adding substantially to our manuscript and giving us photographs and other illustrations.
Next slide, please. When we decided to write this book in 2014, when we moved into our retirement home at Granite Hill Estates in Hollowell, Maine, we worked for 7 years to complete it. At the time, science was receiving enough negative publicity to concern us. Having both majored in science and society, we decided to write something that supported science. We chose a subject that we were both interested in and were teaching science in our respective institutions, as you've heard. The subject was the Maine discovery in the 1960s and 70s of one of the first world discovered land plants, a very distinctive set of plants. One in particular stood out. It was about 6 feet tall, the tallest plant on the landscape in the world. It was only known by its scientific name, Pertica quadrifaria, which we will describe a little later. It was thought to be an ancestor of the white pine, Maine's designated state tree, a tree that many of you have in your woodlots, which adds character to the land and the forest. You will become more familiar with it and the paleontologists that discovered it in our presentation. Next slide, please.
Okay, this is the story of the scientists who discovered the fossil and who studied it to learn its age and what the conditions were when it was growing on the landscape, which was part of Maine in the Devonian time period. Next slide, please. It was one of the most spectacular plants living on the Maine landscape 400 million years ago. Next slide. Its discovery would lead to the halls of Maine's legislative halls. We will begin this presentation with a diagram showing geologic time. And the time scale has been broken up into blocks. And the period that we will be discussing today is shown there in green, the Devonian period, which was the time period during which the plants were growing on in Maine here. So this time period has been divided into three sections, the early, the middle, and the late. The early section begins 416 million years ago. That should make you all feel much younger.
Maybe a
Thank
little.
you. Next slide. The plant cells have structures that help the plant photosynthesize and retain the products that were created during the photosynthetic process. The outer edge in dark green on the slide here is the cell wall that gives the plant structure. The plant cells have two what are called organelles or structures that animal cells lack. The chloroplasts that are shown in green and a large central vacuole, which is the lighter blue on the screen. The chloroplasts allow the plants to produce their own food through the process of photosynthesis. Our story begins with Douglas Rankin, who's shown here in a photo that was taken when he was a senior at Colgate University. He grew up hiking with his family in the White Mountains and became fascinated by rocks. In 1949, before entering Colgate, Rankin took his first summer job with the Appalachian Mountain Club, and AMC will be noted on the slides that follow. That summer, he worked out of a trail crew that was camped at Russell Pond in Baxter State Park. And during that summer, he began, he built a bridge over the west branch of the Peabody River in the White Mountains. Here, he also met his future wife, Mary Louise Backus, also an AMC trail crew member. In the fall of 1953, Rankin entered Harvard University, where he began a graduate degree work in geology. After completing a master's degree in 1955, Rankin began a PhD thesis to map the geology of 3,000 square miles of Maine's Baxter State Park.
300 square.
I'm sorry, 300. Dean has corrected me, yes. Baxter State Park is shown there in the state of Maine in the dark green area. And think about investigating these trips that these scientists took in Baxter State Park. Rankin's area to map was east of Katahdin to Grand Matagamon Lake, which is seen here from an overlook near Patton, Maine. Would you forward the slide, please? Rankin stayed part of the time that he worked in the field in Troutbrook Farm, an old logging depot on the east branch of the Penobscot River. Rankin was often accompanied by his wife, Mary, who said in her later years, quote, "The memory of those early years remains vivid. I witnessed, shared his love for the area during the first 2 summers of our marriage when I assisted him in his field work." Rankin began his study in 1955 by wading down the brook that drained the lower South Branch Pond. Lower South Branch Pond is pictured here. This photo was taken from Traveler Mountain. And going down the stream, you're able to study the rocks that are found on the shore of the stream. And those rocks have been scoured by the water that runs in the stream. And they reveal a certain cover that give geologists information for understanding what the area looked like many millions years ago. He waded for 3 miles down the swift stream from the pond to Trout Brook. Trout Brook is the area seen at the top of the slide here. In 1994, we waded down South Branch Pond Brook following Rankin himself on a field trip he led in writing this book. We also waded down twice more. So there is Sheila and Dean, who is on the right, starting our trip down South Branch Ponds Brook. We soon learned that these trips that we were waiting would take us into deep time. One of the first indications of this was after leaving the pond is this formation of traveler rhyolite columns formed of volcanic ash 420 million years ago in the Acadian orogeny. In the 1994 trip, Rankin led us and others to a falls over ledges of rhyolite. Here he said, if you are easily distracted from geologic wonders, the pools offer excellent swimming. In this 1955 study, a quarter mile below the falls, Rankin came to water sculptured rock, the beginning of an unknown formation. In 1994, nearly 40 years later, this is what we saw on our trip down South Branch Ponds Brook with Rankin. In 2017, when we began this book, this is what we saw. The rock is called Gifford Conglomerate, named after a nearby brook. Conglomerate is made up of small rocks cemented together over time by pressure. It lies at the bottom of a rock formation around 390 million years old. Gifford Brook enters a short distance beyond the conglomerate. The conglomerate on the side of Gifford Brook, and I'll let Dean explain strike and dip here.
It was near this place that Rankin took 2 compass measurements. They're crucial to his task. One is called the dip and the other the strike. Dip is the degrees of tilt of the rock layers. And in this case, you can see by the diagram, it was about 15 degrees. And strike is the direction of the rock at a right angle to the dip. So when you look along the surface of a ledge, you can pretty much tell what direction the ledge is going. Next slide, please. Due to the rock formation's dip, we found that we went higher up in the formation as we waded down the stream. It's rather confusing. It took us a while to work it out. Here, the rock in this photograph, a little bit below Gifford Brook, the rock is younger and made of finer materials that have settled over the conglomerate, a layer over the Gifford conglomerate that you saw. Okay. A little farther down, Rankin made his first discovery of fossil plants. This is the first time that fossil plants had ever been found in Baxter State Park. You can tell a fossil plant in a rock formation because you see the straight lines of stems. And this is just above the jackknife you see here, there's a straight line in the shale rock that you're looking at. That's a very small plant stem. Next, please. In 1959, Rankin invited William Bill Forbes, a locally known expert in fossils, to join him for a trip down South Branch Ponds Brook. It was here beyond the shale lens that Bill Forbes discovered an unknown plant fossil, much larger than we saw in the shale at first. The plant was later named after him, Xylophyton forbesii. Xylophyton is a genus of an extinct vascular plant first discovered in Canada in 1859. Next slide. Rankin also invited Professor Erling Dorff from Princeton University to join him and Forbes on the same 1959 trip. Dorff was an expert on xylophytons and later identified some for Rankin. At the end of Rankin's 1955 trip down South Branch Ponds Brook, he came to Trout Brook, seen here, and continued his study of the formation and its fossils with Dorff. Rankin and Dorff mapped a cross-section of the formation here at this point here and named it the Trout Valley Formation. Sheila is at the foot of the formation looking at it. It took a little waiting and looking to discover these places that the scientists saw, but it was we needed to do it because we wanted to write about it and had to experience it. In 1961, Rankin completed his map and thesis. 6 years it took him. Part of this, you're looking here at part of his colored geologic map is superimposed over the Baxter State Park map. This is a section of Rankin's map of the Trout Valley Formation he discovered. You'll see that the word formation is listed here at the top. The dashed lines are fault lines, where the formation broke due to volcanic activity and upheaval. And there were two fault lines are shown here. And then at the underneath the the lower fault line is a darker gray area. And that was the Gifford conglomerate that made up those interesting caves and eroded sections along South Branch Ponds Brook that we showed you earlier. Our book led us from wading in streams, following Rankin to researching his study at Harvard University. We ended up at the Harvard libraries where his dissertation was stored. And in 2010, Rankin worked on this map showing the Trout Valley Formation. It's in yellow-green. It was 8 miles long, 2 miles wide, and determined to be about 1,500 feet deep. These are Rankin's measurements and Dorff's measurements. This is a cross-section that Rankin developed showing the Trout Valley Formation. As you would look at it from the side view, the land that is, and under the dashed line at the top, way up the little tiny dot, that's from there down to the colored section of the map is land that was eroded away. And in Maine, we have no fossils above the area in the Devonian where plant fossils are now found. We have no land left. It was wiped away during 360 million years. And it's only in the last million years that we've begun to find fossils again, but they're always found in shale, loose soil, not in rock. They haven't had time to become embedded in rock as fossils. And so, in effect, if you want to hunt plant fossils in Maine, you have to start after 360 million years of development of the land. So it's a very small, Maine has a very small amount of land that's filled with fossils. If you go to Massachusetts, like I've gone at times, you will find dinosaur fossils, but never in Maine. In 1962, Rankin and Dorff wrote their findings about the Trout Valley Formation. It was in a paper. The paper was Early Devonian Plants from the Traveler Mountain area in Maine. And next slide. It was published in the Journal of Paleontology. So this is the first official publication among scientists of fossils in Maine. And you can imagine what happened when they began their scientific research for fossils. People, all kinds of scientists, appeared in northern Maine, and they started mapping the geology of that area after this was published. And the paper brought new interest among the scientists. I'll turn it over to Sheila now.
2 years later, in 1964, when he was in a road cut, a vehicle stopped on the road that was next to the road cut. And someone in the vehicle yelled out, asking him what he was doing in the road cut. A government vehicle pulled up beside, and the three inside asked what he was doing. One of the three was led by Eli Mencher, who is pictured here. He was teaching at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he knew Forbes, so he knew what Forbes was doing in that road cut. Another was James Shaw, paleontologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, also an acquaintance of Forbes. And the third was Professor Henry Andrews, a paleobotanist at the University of Connecticut, who had greatly influenced Forbes' career. Bill Forbes was not new to road cuts. He had been hunting them for rocks and fossils ever since the age of 8. As a boy, he was taken under the wing of Olaf Nylander, director of the Nylander Museum in Caribou, Maine, who saw Forbes' interest in rocks, minerals, and fossils. At the age of 20 in 1951, right? Bill Forbes married Warina Bugby. He had met her at a high school dance, and he worked various jobs in the early years. He bought a dry goods store, the Village Shop in Washburn, Maine. Through the years, Forbes collected and studied fossils every chance he got, noon hours, evenings, between customers, thus his being in a road cut when the scientists stopped. He was exceptionally generous with his knowledge and fossils, giving scientists many, and showing them fossil locations. As word got out, Bill and Warina hosted many scientists in their home in Washburn, Maine, and Forbes was always eager to help them. Meanwhile, Rankin continued to share his discoveries in Trout Brook, with scientists leading a trip in Baxter State Park in 1996.
Next slide. Rankin led many such trips during his lifetime as his knowledge of the Earth's geology continued to grow from his wide and in-depth research. In 1994, he went on one of those trips in Baxter State Park. We went on one of his trips in Baxter State Park. In 2010, Rankin co-authored this guide summarizing much of his research in the park. We have come to call this our textbook because there is so much information in it. We've made available to your organization in several boxes of this publication, which I understand is available up in by the display area for anyone. It's free. We were able to obtain quite a few boxes of this particular publication. Douglas Rankin continued to be active in the field of geology. Here he is on Mount Evans, Colorado in 2013. He died 2 years later at the age of 84. This is a problem that we found in writing this book. These people are our age and they're beginning to die off. And so we feel very fortunate we're still here to tell this story. Okay, next slide. Meanwhile, in 1966, the chance meeting with Forbes in the road cut led Professor Henry Andrews, who specialized in Devonian plant fossils, to lead a team to Trout Brook Valley. Bill Forbes was a crucial member of the team. Others included Patricia Genzel, Andrew's graduate student at the University of Connecticut. She is now a professor at Chapel Hill, North Carolina University. Another PhD student was Andrew Casper Jr., also Andrew's student at the University of Connecticut. Here he is on Trout Brook looking. They made several trips, summers, spent several months in the summer studying the Trout Brook Formation. The team's discoveries led to their designating this area by Trout Brook as a type locality, or a reference standard for the rock formation in which they found several species of early land plants. They actually found 12 species never known before in this formation of land plants, of which Pertica was the largest one. This is a picture of Andrews as his team continued its studies of Trout Brook Valley in the early 1970s. That he's here at South Branch Ponds Campground, 1968. This is a photograph that Andrews gave me to use. Andrews and Casper are fossil hunting in Trout Brook, looking for straight lines in the rock for stems. And the rock, the sites of streams and the ledges of lake shores in northern Maine, which is covered with a heavily dense forest, is where the fossil hunters have to look for fossils. It was here at this point, this particular place right here, that on Trout Brook, that Casper discovered in 1968 an extraordinary fossil plant that he had never seen. Casper carried wicker baskets of rock specimens weighing over 100 pounds up this steep bank, 50 or more feet high, to the road above. For his PhD, Casper studied a fossil specimen like this one for more than a year, between a year and 2 years in the laboratory. He studied the fossil's unique age and appearance. He used a process of degaging to remove the rock around the fossil. And the reason it took him so long to study this fossil is that he had, as you can see, a small hammer, and in his other hand, he has a needle. And he would hammer this needle and chip the rock away from the fossil itself. And gradually he'd work his way down through the rock, and he would, and before he lost the rock and the fossils, particularly the fossil, he would take a photograph, and then he would make a tracing. And then he would continue working down, removing rock and removing the fossil that he'd exposed to start to expose another layer of fossils. And he gradually did this, making layers, and gave them all to a staff artist, who then made a three-dimensional drawing of the fossil plant when it was live, and it's seen here. Casper named its genus Pertica, which is Latin for a long pole or rod for the central stem of the plant. And then he named the species Quadriferia for its 4 vertical rows of branches that spiraled up the plant stem. Pertica was alive. This is how they did. Don't ask me quite how they discovered how old it was, but Pertica was alive when it was perhaps 20 degrees below the equator, 398 million years ago. And this was where Maine was, the rock that makes up Maine. And over time, its remnants were entombed in rock, and according to the work of the paleogeographer Christopher Scotese, the layer of rock, the plate, moved by plate tectonics to its present position in northern Maine, northern Baxter State Park, a journey of 8,400 miles, which took 360 million years. So you can imagine the speed that it was going. In 1971, Andrews, Casper, and Forbes continued working together and discovered a second Pertica locality. It was here in this ledge where large blocks of rock in Trout Brook had broken off and were taken by water down some distance below the ledge. We found the ledge by looking back upstream until it appeared. It was the only ledge that was in that area. Meanwhile, and we found this most interesting, in 1970, Forbes became a recognized expert scientist in fossil in Maine. And with the help of fellow scientists from MIT, Yale, Princeton, and Harvard, he eventually, who recommended him to the president of the University of Maine of Fort Kent to begin becoming an instructor, a laboratory instructor. He became eventually a professor, full professor at the University of Maine at Presque Isle without any degrees. I was a high school graduate. And he did this because he had very strong interest in fossils and science, and he worked full time, and some of his studies that he had made in his garage astounded scientists from these institutions. And so with their help and recommendation, he eventually became a full professor. And an article in the Portland Press Herald at that time that the state fossil was being considered for as the state fossil. The author of the reporter of the article said that Bill Forbes was as rare as the fossil he had helped to discover. Next slide. In 1985, with Professor Forbes, now state paleontologist, looking on, he's at the far right, Governor Joseph Brennan signed the Maine State Fossil Bill. Others looking on are Representative John Lisnick and state geologist Walter Anderson. In 1988, I had the idea of a children's book on the Maine State Fossil. And so I interviewed Bill Forbes in Presque Isle in his laboratory. I interviewed Casper in his laboratory and in Rutgers. And then I drove to New Hampshire, where Andrews was retired and in retirement at his farm, and interviewed him. After a very good lunch, his wife was well-known cook, and paleontologists and geologists knew all about her cooking all over the East here. After lunch, he took me into his barn, and lying on a bench was a slab of rock. He blew the dust off, and he gave it to me, and he said, "Here, you can have this better than I can." And it was a museum quality fossil of the state fossil. It is it's at the back of the room here on the bench, and it's labeled the Maine State Fossil. That's the fossil he gave me. I was teaching science at the university at the time, and I introduced that fossil in all of my science classes for the next 20 years. And then Sheila added another 15 years of introducing her students to the fossil, because she retired after 36 years, and I retired after 20 years. So Henry Andrews' fossil got a very good study. What? Showing, right. Next slide. This now with this over, and the Maine State Fossil founded, and the first run of scientists studying it, it had a new life, and Sheila will take over at this point.
In our 1999 study, our story began another chapter when Professor Robert Gestalto, a well-known and accomplished paleontologist, arrived at Colby College. He began a second round of fossil studies in Trout Brook. Patricia Jensel has joined him here in this photo. So this photo shows Patricia Jensel and Robert Castaldo on the shore of Trout Brook. The studies focused on fossils uncovered in the bulldozed road in the scientific forestry management area in Baxter State Park. Fossils from the bulldozed road could be found, as you saw on that previous slide. Vertica habitat was recreated by Dean after consultations with Casper Gastaldo and others. And this is the view of the environment that Vertica quadrifaria must have existed in at the time it was growing on the land in Maine. The white pine Maine state tree suggests that Vertica quadrifaria will may be an ancient ancestor. Here along the edge of Trout Brook, a white pine, a descendant of Vertica, hangs over the site where the ancestor was discovered. And it was not far away that a boy, Bill Forbes, who loved rocks, would grow up to have a hand in its discovery. He would also grow up to become a teacher and would, like Olaf Nylander had taught him, show others, boys and girls, the mysteries of rocks and fossils.
Thank you.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. And again, just as the fossils in the back for everybody to take a look at, and then that guide, the publication that Dean mentioned that they use as their textbook. There's plenty of copies in the foyer for you to take with you as well. We'll have some in our office, so we appreciate that. We'd be happy to take, I'm sure these folks would be happy to take some questions from anybody in the crowd. And Tom, do you have anybody online who's asked a question? I have the mic here if you need it. Okay.
Do we have any idea how large this tree was in comparison, say, to current white pine?
Yes, white pine can grow to be several hundred feet high, as you know, tall, and state fossil. And by the way, at the height that it can grow in the east, it's the white pine is the tallest plant in the eastern United States on the landscape. Vertica was the tallest plant on the landscape when it was alive. And Vertica was only 6 feet high.
Thank you.
But I have to also say, at 6 feet, it was much higher than many of the other land plants.
What was the climate at that time? What was the climate during the time of the time that plant was 400 million years ago?
Yeah, what was the climate like in Vertica was
Tropical.
growing?
It was tropical. The climate was tropical at the time. Remember that the piece of Maine that it was growing on was 20 degrees south of the equator. So it was subjected to direct sunlight, and it was warm.
Yeah, it had surrounded by warm seas.
I have one more question for you, and that is, what's next for your writing? What else will you write coming up?
Well, we do have, I thought, some preliminary thinking about another book that would focus probably more before the land turned green, but it would include some of the Devonian period. Well, it would start at the Cambrian, and it would go through the Ordovician and the, what's the other? Silurian. This the knowledge. This is the scientist here. It would go through those, but we in 1994, Sheila got a Lieber professorship to study the ancient climate through fossil evidence, and we have been thinking about maybe that would be something would be a sequel to this book. That is, if we can live another 7 years in our upper 80s, we fully intend to, but what things might get sabotaged. Anyway, that's one that we are thinking of working on.
Good morning, Dean and Sheila. This is Jane Woodman from the Bean Road in Mount Vernon.
Oh, our home for 33 years was Mount Vernon, an old farm.
I was wondering whether your books are available today for purchase.
Do you have books available for purchase today?
No, we don't. One of the things that we checked though ahead of time, and the book is available for Barnes and Noble, but one of the best places that we use to buy books is Amazon, because we can get a better price there. But we haven't gone into selling our books because you have to have records for sale tax receipts when you make out your income tax, and income taxes are bad enough without having to add another whole layer of costs to report.
Thank you. I'll find a copy somewhere.
Tom? Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
very
We
much.
greatly appreciate you coming to this.
We're going to do a couple of door prizes. Okay, I get to do them. All right. So there better be this number in this room. Yeah. Oh, right. Hey, I think we're going to do an atlas, gazetteer, or a book, Bernd Heinrich's White Feathers, signed. So you have a choice between those two. And I have some, did I pick some? Yeah, 281. Let me kind of, I guess some notes here. $319. All right, Kyle. Okay. You can pick your choice up here. Okay, for the next one, we'll do a water bottle or a mug. And we have 265. Anybody have 265? All right. 3:30. 3:30. 297. Keep going. 260. I know. 345. 345. Looks like we got close to Jen, but no. 270. No. 280. Huh. I hope so. Yeah. I'm reading the right now. 262. All right. Yay. Come on down. Yeah. Do you want to?
I'll use this. Okay, now we have a very important award to give. It is the Peter Lawrence Award, and this is an award that it's not an annual award. It was created in 2015, named after Peter Lawrence, who many of you know was held probably every position that exists in this organization, from board president to working on being our lobbyist, a senior advisor. He's a board member emeritus, instrumental in creating the land trust, and has done just about every job in this organization. And so we created an award in 2015 to give to folks that have done outstanding support and work for this organization. It's not an annual award. It's only given for special circumstances. It's only been given twice, once to Peter Lawrence, and once for Bill Toll, who was our former treasurer. And so this is the third time that we're presenting this award. And so we consider it a great honor to do this. And this year we're presenting it to Max McCormick. And Max, come on up, if you would. And just let me say a little bit about, and we're going to give Max a chance. But I just want to say why, Max has had a very distinguished career, and he can tell you, frankly, all about that if he chooses. But a couple of things you might not know about him. He was a classmate of Everett Toll, who is longest serving board president, and some of you know. And he graduated from University of Maine, but they didn't have a graduate program, so he went to Duke and studied at Duke and for his master's and PhD. And then he ended up in Germany, and he can tell you the story about who we met in Germany, right, Max? You can tell that story. I just want to say that Max has written, I think we've lost track, but I believe it's more than 120 articles for our newsletter. And Max is probably better at than anybody I've ever met about taking a complicated subject and making it very understandable. And if you've read his articles, and I'm sure you have, they're wonderfully written, and I'm just always amazed at what he comes up with. And I told him the story the other day that one of the articles I remember was he did a review of hand pruners and bought all these hand pruners and judged them all and said, here's the one you should get. So I went out and bought that one because he said you should never be in the woods without a hand pruner, because you might be able to prune like a double top young pine tree and straighten it out, and you should always walk through the woods with a hand pruner. So now every time in my woodlot I have this pair of hand pruners that he recommended that I buy. And so it's just one of the stories about how influential his stories, his articles have been. His focus has been on silviculture, but every once in a while he comes up with another subject, which I'm saying, I don't know where he came up with that. So over 120 articles. it is our intention to produce a catalog of his articles, or, take the best of Max, I guess it will be, something like that, we'll call it. He needs to talk to me, he said. That's now I'm in trouble. I think he was a professor when I was in the school. But he also does, the other thing he does for us that most people don't know is he reviews the newsletter every month and goes through very, very detailed and helps us both with the grammar and the content and the readability and also the science. And if he thinks there's something that doesn't stand up to being correct, he'll help us with that. And so he's volunteered, I don't know, thousands and thousands of hours to this organization. So we are presenting him, and Tom Allen was going to present him with we're giving Max the axe, if you will. And it is. And it's described to Maxwell L. McCormick Jr., 2023 Peter Lawrence Award, and it's for the outstanding service to this organization. So, Max, thank you. And now we're going to give Max his chance, but put the axe down, Matt. Yeah.
My name's spelled right.
Yes, well, that was important. He said we get the name spelled right, which is always important on an award.
Thank you, Tom. I really didn't know much about this whole thing until a couple of days ago, and I didn't really understand all of it. So I'm very appreciative of this. I like to think I've had a long history with the organization. I comment on I'm honored to have an award in Peter's name. And I'm sorry he can't be here because Peter was a first-rate gentleman all the way, and we shared a lot of discussion way back over the years, in the earlier years of this organization. It has something to do with writing, and I have a bit of discomfort there. If I can share just a personal note, when I was in junior high many years ago down in New Jersey and about to move up into high school courses, the English teachers took me aside, and most of my classmates were going on to take Latin. And they said, "We don't think you can handle it. You have so much trouble with English, you'll never make it in Latin." And somewhat ironically at this time is that they deflected me to a general science course instead of Latin. And I suspect I got a lot more mileage out of that general science course than I would have gotten out of the Latin. Some of you, I'm sure, have heard this story, but before this organization got underway, this was back in 1973, this is April 73. I was living in Germany at the time. Harold Young, one of the professors at Orono, invited me to join the group that was going to be on a bus touring in southern Finland, a forestry group coming over, most of them from Maine. And maybe I'd like to shake loose and catch up with them in Helsinki, which I did. And at that point, I'd been about 10, 11 months living in Germany. And actually, I was going as much to have a chance to speak English on a steady basis with people, probably as a tour. And it was a jumbled group, and in between stops, the first couple of days in the tour, there were several people there I didn't know. I sat down beside an older gentleman. I didn't know who he was. I figured I'd learn who he was. And he introduced himself right off. He says, "I'm Duncan Howlett. I'm a retired minister, and I'm going to organize a group of woodlot owners in Maine." And he says, "We're going to have a newsletter. We're going to have meetings and all that sort of thing." And we had a little discussion. And then we exchanged addresses and I said, you can sign me up for a membership. And so I sort of unofficially claimed that I was the first member. So it went on from there, but Peter and I used to discuss the newsletter at some length in the early years. And it was sort of, do you read it? Do you read it, the whole thing? And what do you think? And we were both concerned about the frequency of incomplete sentences, misspelled words, and that sort of thing. So I've opened my mouth too many times over my career, but we said somebody ought to be proofreading this. It's embarrassing. If we're going to put a newsletter out there, it's going to be first rate. So we started doing that. And I forget, you weren't on board yet, Tom. It was way back. I said, there's nothing in here about silviculture. Shouldn't there be something about silviculture? Yeah, but then at that time, Paul Miller came on board as a forester. So he started writing some things, and Paul came to me and other people came to me and said, if you want to see silviculture in there, why don't you write something? And there I made a strategic error in a way in terms of how I was going to spend my time, because I started writing a few things before it really got serious. Everett Towell, as Tom mentioned, was a classmate of mine, and he was a real leader in the organization. He came and showed up at my house one day, and he put a swam hat on my head. It didn't say hardly anything. Everett, if any of you knew Everett, you never had much choice. He came up and he told you what you were going to do. And he put a hat on my head and he says, you're going to be doing more for the organization. And it sort of went on from there, and Paul Miller. And then there've been any number of people that have contributed along the way to keep it going. It doesn't just happen. And it's now a 20-page monthly that always comes. I don't hope this isn't one of those things I shouldn't have said, but it always comes out a little ahead of schedule. And people know it for that. And as I've gone around, people say, I joined just for the newsletter. And that's how it starts for them. And the newsletter has a reputation. It is the quality continues to get better. And it's a very important part of this organization. And that's one reason why I put a lot of time into it. We've had a couple of editors that have come on board of late, Doug Rooks and now Jen Hicks. And it has continued to improve. And during the rough times when there was a break in the action and all, I think the person back in the wings that hasn't always been recognized for keeping it going was Debbie Ladd. And she's there in the back of the room, because we had some times where if she didn't punch the buttons and the keys, the newsletter wouldn't have come out. I encourage you all to read it. I assume you're sitting here that you must read it from time to time. You wouldn't be here. Provide feedback. If there's something you think that should be covered, let Jen know. Let somebody who's writing. There are people out there who have been writing on a regular basis. I see Bob Seymour, who's moved in and grabbed the handle on the silviculture series. Lloyd Erland, other members have contributed. Keep in touch if you have ideas. I've interacted with people. I've had some bad comments come my way. And I try to talk to people, and people have come up to me and said, gee, I really enjoyed that article you had in the newsletter. And when I said, well, what do you like about it? And they said it was short. Thank you.
Yeah, it has a key, it has a sheath on it on purpose. Thank you. Well, Max, it was my pleasure to be doing this. Max has been a great help to this organization and me personally, so I appreciate that. We are going to turn the program over to the Tree Farm program for their award of the Tree Farmer of the Year. I just want a couple logistical things before we do that. After the award, we will be having lunch here, and you can purchase lunch here on that end of the table and work your way down there. It's $10. It'll keep you having to go downstairs and fight the crowds and things like that. And we will start back up promptly at 1 and maybe a little earlier. We can try to get Gary Crocker here to have him start telling some jokes a little early to get people back in the swing of things. The other thing I'll mention is, in addition to the people that have been in the room today, there's about somewhere between 35 and 40 people listening online. So we've got a very good attendance. So this is great. And if you want to bid on any of the items, then Jen can help you. We can actually do the bidding on the back when Jen's got a laptop, and you can see Jen if you want to bid on any of the items online. And then of course we have the one item here that you can't bid online. You can only bid if you're here on the cedar planter box. So anything else? Okay, so who am I turning it over to? Jesse, are you the short straw? Jesse Duplin from the Tree Farm program. So welcome. You're going to introduce? Yes. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. A lot of familiar faces out there. My name is Jesse Duplin. I'm with Maine Tree Farm program. I'm the incoming chair for the next couple of years. I've been a district chair for several before that. And I'm here to introduce the next presenter. It's Nancy McBrady. She's the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. So.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nancy McBrady. I am the Deputy Commissioner as of yesterday. I have been spending the last 3.5 years with the department wearing the hat of the Bureau Director for the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources. So I am delighted to be in the arena of forestry, woodland ownership, et cetera, today. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I send Director Patty Cormier's regrets. She had to travel for work this week. And otherwise she would be here. And I also want to mention that there will be an announcement about this award by Commissioner Amanda Beal at 1 o'clock today. I know that some of you will be here for that, but I just wanted to note that there is celebration happening beyond just today's announcement right here. And you'll have to forgive me for reading this. I printed it out last night and it's at about 8-point font. So I'm going to have to do this for a moment, but enough of that. Thank you, everybody, for inviting the department here to talk about this award, the 2023 Outstanding Tree Farmer of the Year Award. The department and the Maine Tree Farm Committee are very pleased to announce that the Great Pond Mountain Conservation Trust of Orland and Bucksport is the 2023 recipient of this award. The American tree farm system, as you probably well know, was founded in 1941 and is the oldest and largest forest conservation and advocacy program in the United States. There are more than 1,400 designated tree farms in Maine. I understand that the entire Maine Tree Farm Committee was thoroughly impressed with the pride and level of care that the trust takes in the stewardship of its forest and believes the management ethic and history of community involvement of Great Pond Mountain Conservation Trust fully uphold the core values of the Maine Tree Farm program. The trust is a perfect example of an outstanding tree farmer. The Conservation Trust was founded in 1993 to conserve land, water, and wildlife habitat for the communities of northwestern Hancock County. Their goal is to protect wildlife habitat and biodiversity, rural character and scenic beauty, working forest and farms, opportunities for outdoor recreation and education. The vision of the founders was to conserve the large undeveloped area on and around Orland's Great Pond Mountain, also called the Wildlands. After an initial acquisition of 4,200 acres in 2005, wildlands had since grown to over 5,000 acres. The original 4,200 acres, which has been which I understand was treated harshly prior, is now a textbook example of restoration forestry. In the past 15 years, the Trust has remained steadfast in its commitment to the rehabilitation of the land, with over 1,300 acres of non-commercial thinning and numerous road and stream crossing projects completed, with more on the way. These accomplishments are the result of many, many volunteer efforts, donations, and a partnership with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, as we all know as NRCS. NRCS funds have been crucial to these efforts, as the next income generating harvest will not occur for 30 to 35 years. While working hard to renew the productivity of their woods, the Trust has kept the land open to the public for recreational use. The Trust has sponsored numerous events, both for professionals and the local community. In addition to numerous forest tours, the Trust has made presentations to the Bucksport Garden Club, exhibited at the Maine Science Fair, hosted a water quality workshop with the University of Maine. They've presented a Forestry for Maine Birds workshop with Maine Audubon, a 2-part Penobscot Valley Senior College session, and a Forestry 101 4-week course with the Blue Hill Heritage Trust. If you do that again, let me know. I'd like to come. The Trust is also a member of the Maine Woodland Owners. The Trust also sponsors trail maintenance and chainsaw safety workshops and maintains numerous interpretive signs on forestry and other topics. So with that, all of these efforts and events serve to educate and inform people about sustainable forest management and the Maine Tree Farm program. Please join me in congratulating the Great Pond Mountain Conservation Trust as the 2023 Maine Outstanding Tree Farmer, and I ask that Chris Johnson, past board president, to come and receive the award. You're very welcome.
Thank you, everybody. I asked Roger Green, who's our fantastic forester, who's done all of this work, to come up and receive the accolades as well. This is certainly an interesting opportunity for the Great Pond Mountain to get their message out. Unfortunately, the person who was supposed to be here today, our executive director, Landon Fake, is ill and was not able to be here. But I trust that he's watching at home on Zoom. There are a lot of folks that made this happen. Most importantly, Roger, but we'd also like to thank Chris Finney of the Ellsworth Field Office of the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. We'd also like to thank the staff and the board of Great Pond Mountain Conservation Trust. There's always been support, unanimous across the board, for forestry work. There have been other issues that we've argued about in the past, and some of them have been rather spirited, but there's never been a discussion or any kind of doubt about our efforts to improve the forest. It was hard cut back in the mid-90s, and I mean, it was cut really hard. So it's on its way back. With the Rogers expertise, it's coming back bigger and better than ever. So that's a real exciting item here. You know, when I started with, and I'm not going to be long here, but when I started with this group, it was known as SWOM, as many of you know. I've come a long ways from the Bangor Mall, where in 1983, a gentleman named Bob Meadows and myself set up a card table at the middle of the Bangor Mall for SWOM to try and get members to come into what was then known as the Penobscot Valley chapter. One question I always asked them, do you know where your boundaries are? Eventually, most of them answered, no, I don't. And right now, being in here, I don't care. So I knew that was the wrong question, but we've always tried to stay in touch, and it's been a wonderful organization, and I do appreciate the Tree Farm program. It's been absolutely wonderful. And every time I go by the signs that I'd see along the roads, Tree Farm, and I think, I'd like to have one for myself. Well, I didn't get one for myself, but Great Pond Mountain's really, really very thankful for this. One other thing is, I don't believe I've seen him, but is Doug Baston here today? Okay, he's watching.
Doug and I share, I got to tell you this, Doug and I share two little boys in Burlington, Vermont, his grandsons, Samuel and Henry. So Doug, if you're watching, keep up the good work. We'll get them there eventually. So, but thank you very much from Great Pond Mountain Conservation Trust. And also thanks to the volunteers and the members at the trust who I forgot to acknowledge here. It's been a great effort, and this is a terrific honor. And I know this is going to be in the office tomorrow. So thank you, Larry. Thank you.
All right, real quick before lunch, we won't hold people up for too long, but I'm going to introduce Andy Schultz. He's going to come up to present a special award.
Thank you, Jesse. First of all, how many tree farmers in the room? Show of hands, pretty good. How many folks ever been to one of the annual forestry field days that's put on by, even better, excellent. So that's kind of the topic here. I should mention that I can wear two hats, except for some reason I don't have a SWOM hat or a Maine Woodland Owners hat, but I've been a tree farm inspecting forester since the mid-90s, and I have also been a SWOM member, now Maine Woodland Owners, since the mid-90s. So in a certain sense, I'm going to present this award to myself. Thank you very much. No, actually, if Tom, if you can come up, and Jen, this is a certificate of appreciation from the Maine Tree Farm Program to the Maine Woodland Owners for all those years of collaborating on that field day. Some years go very smoothly, some take a little extra work, but one way or the other, they're all great successes, as I'm sure the people here know. So let's hear it. And we don't want to forget Debbie. If I don't know if she'll come up, but
She's negotiating lunch.
yeah, Debbie's taking care of lunch, so that's very important. But anybody who's been to a field day knows that Debbie's an integral part of those too. So
Sure.
I guess I should read it, huh?
Yeah.
In recognition of your collaboration with the Maine Tree Farm Program and hosting the Maine Forestry Field Days over the years.
Right.
Hold it up so that the staff photographer and the staff photographer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Yeah, well, and we're actually, I wanted to say I'm really excited about the winner this year because they are a member of Maine Woodland Owners, and it got us thinking a little bit about the role we play with land trusts as an organization. And Great Pond Mountain Conservation Trust seems like a great example. I've already met with them a few times about possibilities. So we're looking forward to a field day in September. Yes, and we have enjoyed seeing everybody at these events in the past. So thank you very much for the acknowledgement. It's very nice. Yeah. Yeah. So I believe we are ready for lunch. The deal is that if you to purchase a lunch, that small table next to the trash can is where Debbie will be to take your money. And then you just follow the table and get your items, and then the drinks at the end. And then we will be back in the room. We'd like to start seeing people coming in and sitting around 12:45 or so. We'll call you as well. So love to see you come back. Thanks again for a good morning, and we'll see you after lunch.
Okay, we're going to do a couple door prizes while people are getting seated. So red tickets. Anybody who doesn't have a red ticket? Red ticket? Okay, I'm going to start drawing. Three, 3, 5. 3, 3, 5. 2, 6, 9. Oh, you do? What do you think?
Well, I'll take a guess too.
All right. Find your way home, yeah. The poor man's GPS right there. 349. 332. Me. Oh. Oh, Tom's got it. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I think that we'll do. Okay, now, we always try to make sure we have a little bit of fun doing this, so we have someone who's well known to some of you anyway, and unfortunately, and Gary Crocker has agreed to come and give us a few words of wisdom and maybe make you laugh, and he's very famous, and he just flew in yesterday just to be here, so, right? From Florida, came all the way back just because he didn't want to miss this. So Gary, come on up, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Tom. I'm only putting that up there because some of you might not have seen it. How many people have seen this? Show of hands. Oh, you people can leave. And then, no, since there's so few that have seen it, I'm going to share it with you because it's so magical. But before I do that, I just want to say one thing. Someone said to me the other day, they said, Gary, you're getting older. I said, yeah. And they said, how do you remember all them stories? You must be too old to remember all them facts and figures and stories that you spout off. I said, not a chance, mister. I'm as sharp as I've ever been. In fact, I can remember things that never even happened. And we're going to start right now. By the way, there was some news. I know the FFA, or whatever it's called, had to shut down the aircraft stuff today, and I wouldn't have been here if I hadn't flown up yesterday. So I'm glad that worked out well. But I got other news for you from Jackman. Anyone here from Jackman? Was a bank robbery in Jackman this morning. Yeah. Fella marched right in. He had one of them hoodies on, so you couldn't identify him. He marched right in with a big bag, handed the teller, said, fella with money. The teller poured the money in. The fella grabbed the bag, started out of the bank. And as anyone from Jackman would know, is full of brave Jackman people up there. One of the fellows marched right over and snatched that hood off so he could identify him. The fellow shot him dead right on the spot. Yeah. And then he looked right, he saw his teller look at him. He shot the teller. He said, did anyone else in this bank see my face? Everybody's staring at the floor except one woman. Put her hand up real slow and said, I think my husband got a pretty good look at you. It ain't right, but it beats the daylights out of the cost of a divorce. Right there. And by the way, I hear Tom laughing. And you know, Tom Doe is one of the smartest people I know. He told me that himself. And the thing that he does that's wicked smart is every spring, Tom goes out and checks his property. Not just the trees. Of course, trees are important, and that's part of his checklist. But he checks the ground, because if you've lived in Maine more than 1 year, you know that the frost is pushing boulders up all winter long. And if you're not careful, if you don't pay attention, there'll be some boulders show up and you'll run over with your mower and ruin the mower. So Tom doesn't want to do that. So he was out checking earlier this spring and this last spring, and he come across a sinkhole. And we don't have many of them in Maine, Florida, where they have sinkholes. In Maine, pretty unusual. Sometimes you get a little drop here, there. This one was about that big around. It was so big you could have dropped this in real easy. Tom walked up the edge of it, looked down. It was so deep you couldn't see the bottom. Stood there for a minute, wondering what to do. He wondered how deep it was, how dangerous it was. And geez, he didn't have anything to measure with, but he's a Maine boy, smart. So he just looked around for something heavy. He could drop down the hole, see how long it took to hit the bottom. Pretty wicked smart right there. So he looked around. There was an old transmission from a Model A laying right there, rusting away in the field. He went over and muckled onto it and dragged it across the field. He's stronger than he looked. He kicked it into that hole, and as he watched it drop, a goat ran along and jumped down the same hole. And right behind that goat was a good friend of his, said, hey, Tom, you seen my goat? Tom said, geez, I hate to tell you, I think your goat just jumped down that hole. He said, oh, no, it couldn't have been my goat. My goat was tied to a transmission right over here in the corner of the field. So The SPCA is looking for him right now. You know, I thought I'd tell you a little bit about me too. You know, I haven't really explained my background too much. But when I was in the 5th grade, I was sitting near the back of the room where I always did. And the teacher was going over the history of America. And she said to the whole class, I want you to tell me who signed the Declaration of Independence. Well, I was sitting there and I wasn't about to say nothing. I'll put my hand up, but no one else did either. And finally, she just picked me at random and said, Gary, stand up, tell the whole class who signed the Declaration of Independence. Well, I stood up my full height and I said, I had a hat on too. Well, I said, I don't know. And frankly, I don't care. Well, that wasn't the answer she was looking for. She gave me a big lecture on how I should behave in class and I should study harder and all the stuff. And I'm going to call your dad tonight. She did. Next day, my father showed up in class, stood in the back of the classroom. Teacher got to the same point in her lesson. She said, Mr. Crocker, Gary, stand up and tell the whole class and your dad, who's standing in the back of the room, who signed the Declaration of Independence. I stood up my full height and I said, I thought we covered this yesterday. I don't know. And frankly, I don't care. Well, my father was pretty upset with that. Run up, picked me up, lugged me right out of the classroom, threw me against the side of the building, held me right there and said, gee, he said, I can't believe it, Gary. We're not into book learning. I know that. We don't study much. I ain't ever read a book myself and all that stuff. But we've tried to teach you the difference between right and wrong. If you signed that darn thing, you admit it right now. So the apple don't fall far from the tree, what it boils down to here in my life. Me and mother, by the way, my wife, I don't know if there's anyone else that refers to their wife as mother in this room, but I suspect there is, because you're mainers of my age group, a couple of you. But my grandfather always did. He was always mother and father. That's the way it was in the Cram household on that side of the family. But anyway, mother and I just went to Boston. Anyone ever take the train to Boston? It's fun. It's wicked decent. And you go right to the north end. You cross the street and you're right in the best Italian food in America, right there. Mother and I went down, we're having a great time. We're sitting there, candlelight dinner, bottle of wine, couple of wine glasses. I mean, mother's so happy she can't stand it. Very unusual for us. We left the trailer for a day and a half. We've got a double long trailer. We didn't go double wide, didn't like it. We went double long. You can actually see the curvature of the earth inside my trailer. Anyway, we're having a wicked decent time in town in Boston, and we're sitting there. And as we're sitting there, I could not believe my good fortune. As we're sitting there waiting for our food, 4 of the most powerful men in the world walked in the room. No security. Normally, you know, you got a whole bunch of dark suits with sunglasses all around them, protecting them, making sure nobody gets in their way, whatever, make sure they get to respect. None of that. These 4 fellows were on their own. I looked at my wife and I said, Mother, I can't believe it. Look at that. 4 of the most powerful men in the world, and nobody protecting them. I said, I want to go closer to their table so I'm there if they need me. And I want to listen to what great men have to talk about. By the way, these were 4 beer company presidents. Yeah, it was the president of Budweiser, Coors, Corona, and Guinness. A bomb would have set the beer world back decades. So I slid my chair closer to their table. And just as I did, the waitress come over, those 4 men, and said, can I get you fellows something to drink? And predictably, the first fellow said, I'll have Budweiser, the king of beers. Yeah, next fellow said, I'll have Coors, the only beer brewed with Rocky Mountain spring water. Next fellow said, I'll have that Mexican beer. And when you bring it, put a lime in the top of the bottle for me. Finally get to the Guinness fellow and said, what can I get you? And he thought for a minute. He said, why don't you bring me a Coke? She said, you're not drinking beer? He said, they're not drinking beer. Why should I? I told it at a Budweiser convention. Didn't go as well as I'd hoped, really. But, and we did have a moment in West Gardner about a week ago that I was really overcome with. It was kind of like, it was a lesson in how Maine people think and act. These 2 older women, they were in their 90s. Yeah, it was Martha and Edna, 95 and 96 respectively. They're walking down the main street of West Gardner, Maine. And as they're walking down there chatting about this, that, and the other thing, and one of them said to the other, did you know Grace passed away? Oh, no. Grace died. Yes, she was 99. She passed about 2 days ago. Are you going to be going to her funeral on Saturday? No, I'm not. Oh, why not? Grace is always good to you. Well, she was, but if she ain't coming to my funeral, I ain't going to hers. It's just the way we think. Now, one last thing. No, I've got 2 or 3 lessons I want to give you about Maine. You know, how many Maine natives have got in Rome, or people claim to be? I'm glad to hear it, because you're going to know what I'm talking about. 2 summers ago, Boothby Harbor, Maine, there's a lobsterman down there mending his traps, and a guy in a big foreign car, a Cadillac, I think. It was big anyway. It come whistling down, right down next to him, parked, and this fellow in the car had a camera, and he starts taking pictures of the lobsterman working on his traps. Kind of idyllic scene. You had the lobster boats at rest out in the harbor. You had a little island out there with a little house on it. It was perfect, picturesque. And he's snapping pictures. Finally, he gets out of his car and he walks down closer to the lobsterman. He gets right up near him. And as he's standing there watching the lobsterman, of course, they don't chat a lot. They're workers. And finally, the fellow wanted to strike up a conversation. He gets right up next to the lobsterman. He said, geez, I like what you're doing there. Lobsterman said, yeah. Fellow said, it ain't so far, it ain't working. You can't draw the lobsterman out. He said, you know, he said, I've been all over the world. I've been to every continent on the planet. And I've visited most of the important people. I've met the crowned heads of Europe. I've been in the White House. I've been everywhere you can possibly think of that you might want to go and see. It's so impressive. I mean, just everything around the world. I've seen it all. I've traveled and traveled and traveled. I'm just curious. Man like you, lobsterman, you travel much? Lobsterman looked up at him. He says, I didn't have to. I was born here. That's how we see the world. This, how it happens to be the center of the universe, and you finally found it. And I am going to show you this. And those that have seen it, you'll just have to bear with me. But you can sell anything, it turns out, on Route 1. I mean, the economy is on fire, 100 yards each side of Route 1. So if you're looking to start a business, go build a building right there, or not even a building, just set up a table, even better. Anyway, I got to show you this. This right here is some fantastic. It looks like a lobster, got the spiny little whatevers, got the crusher claws, got them beady eyes that say, please don't throw me in that boiling water or I'll call Mary Tyler Moore. Now, sadly, Mary Tyler Moore passed away last year, but true story, and people can back me up or not, but it's true. A few years ago, Mary Tyler Moore entertained at the Rockland Lobster Festival, and she did a great job. I was there. Yeah, and she was having a ball. She loved it until she saw some Maine boys doing what we do in the summertime, throwing live lobsters in boiling water. She went nuts. She went right on TV. She screamed and hollered, I can't believe these people in Maine. They're barbarians. They're throwing live animals in boiling water. I can hear them screaming from here. The woman needed counseling, but she raised, you know what? She caused such a stink, an extra 1,000 people showed up at the lobster festival. Yeah. We had to kill an extra 1,000 lobsters just because of her. I'm sure she never get over that. But the thing I like about this is you can use it as a centerpiece at Thanksgiving. Looks wicked decent on our trailer. You can use it atop your Christmas tree. Makes a nice Maine Christmas themed tree. Or you can hold it over your head and wear it like that. It makes you look smarter than you actually are. And people think it's a one-trick pony. No. No, this thing's loaded right here. No, let's say Tom Doe put this hat on. You weren't paying attention. He'd take off, hold it in front of him, and he'd go, hey, what are you thinking? And if you had a pointed head like mine, you could wear it upside down, just like that, mister. Thankfully, nobody's got a camera. There you go, right there. Oh, it's recorded. I am going to tell you another, you know, the truth and lies become so intertwined. I hardly know the difference myself anymore, but I am going to tell you a true story. And this happened to West Gardner Elementary School. A teacher, how many teachers are in the room? I was a teacher once myself. There you go. And I know Jerry's here somewhere. And he taught at Coney when I taught there. But anyway, a friend of mine who was teacher, he's since retired, came up to me at the transfer station one day and he said, Gary, I got to tell you what happened in school yesterday. You're not going to believe it. True story. I've got lunch duty. So I'm standing there in the gym. The kids are filing by. There's two choices, a chicken burger or a chicken quesadilla. And he said, all of a sudden I realized the line had stopped. And Jimmy, I'm going to not use the last name, Jimmy was standing there blocking the line, looking up at those two choices. So I walked over, he said, and I said, Jimmy, you got to make a choice. The kids are waiting. Everyone wants to eat. We only have so much time. So make a choice. And then he said, I realized that Jimmy, reading was not his strong suit, and quesadilla is not exactly an easy word to deal with if you're from Maine. So I said, I thought I'd give him a hand. I said, Jimmy, you've got two choices. It's a chicken burger or a chicken quesadilla. Now, which is it going to be? Make a choice right now. So, or step out of line because the kids got to eat. And Jimmy stood there and scratched his head for a minute, thought a little bit more. And the teacher said, come on, Jimmy, make a choice. He said, all right, right. Don't push me. He said, all right, I'll take the chicken and the case of beer. I swear that's a true story. It's sad, but it's a true story. And I do have some, I want to get you ready for what's left of winter. It's almost over. And I haven't seen a flake of snow at my house. But I did some research and got some science kids together, and we did a little, I'd call it a little guesswork. And I have worked out the details, mathematically and otherwise. If fuel oil is costing you too much, go out and start eating doughboys. Get all the doughboys you can get, wind them right to you, because the mathematical formula for this is for every pound of doughboy you eat, you can turn the thermostat down to 0.5 degree. You know, if you eat enough doughboys, you know, they'll be paying you to heat the house for you. So, but your doctor bill is going to go crazy. So you're going to make choices. Who do you want to give your money to? Your oil dealer or your doctor? That's one or the other. And I'm going to finish this up with Tom Doak again, because I like Tom, and I'm going to try to prove it. Tom Doak, who called me well in advance for this exercise here today, yesterday morning, 15 minutes before I got on the plane, he had tried, Tim Sample and the whole crew said, sorry, can't be there. And he caught me just before I got on the plane to come back to Maine. But I want to tell you what a gentleman this man is. Before he ever got involved in trees and saving everything you can possibly think of in the state of Maine, he actually took a trip across America. He took a trip. It was a Greyhound Ameripass. Once again, show of hand. I've done it. Has anyone ever done it? So you know it's a real thing. A real thing, what you do is you buy a pass on a Greyhound bus for 30 days. And you can go anywhere you want. The bus goes. You can get off and on wherever you want. Stop or stay or not, whatever. Get off, take a break, get back on, wait for the next bus, wait a day, whatever. Well, Tom did that. And he took a trip all the way around America, and he was on his way back to Maine. He was in Canton, Ohio when this took place. He's sitting in the bus terminal waiting for his next bus. And there was a woman sitting next to him, not right next to him. There was a table between them, which was bolted down in case someone from West Gardner showed up. Darn, they look good in our trailers. But anyway, Tom was sitting there reading a book, and this woman looked over, and, you know, Tom's not a bad-looking guy and looks like a decent human being. So she kind of wanted to break into his book reading and say, hey, how are you? Kill some time, learn something, meet somebody new. But at the last second before she said something to him, she happened to look at his feet, and his luggage was sitting on the floor right next to his feet, and it said Maine on the side of it. She was scared to death. She had never been to Maine, never been to New England. but she knew everything there was to know about Maine people. She had read every book Stephen King ever wrote. She was scared to death being in the room with someone from Maine. She jumped up and ran out of the building. She got in the parking lot. She was breathing heavy. Her blood pressure was exploding. Her eyes were popping. She was just about ready to collapse on the ground. She finally gathered herself, pulled herself together, and realized she had to go back in that building because the bus was going to be on the other side of the building. So she walked back in. On her way in, she stopped at Mrs. Fields and bought a bag of cookies and went in looking for places to sit. And she couldn't believe it. The only empty seat was right next to that man right there, the one she had vacated. Well, she went over reluctantly and sat down. After a few minutes, she reached out, took a cookie out of the bag, and ate it. She noticed out of the corner of her eye, that man right there, my friend Tom Doe, reached out and stole a cookie. She was upset, but not the least bit surprised. After all, he's from Maine. No rules, no manners, nobody cares. She had another cookie, so did he. They took turns eating cookies till there was one cookie left at the bottom of that bag. And my friend Tom had the gall to reach the bottom of the bag, take the last cookie, break it in half, and offer half to that woman. That was it. She'd had it. She wasn't going to take it anymore. She jumped to her feet, whirled around. She was going to give Tom the talk of his life, say, you people in Maine disgust me. There's no rules, no manners. You handle people, you steal cookies, handle people's food. What is wrong with you people? Haven't you learned anything in life at your advanced age? Tom just sat there for a minute, reading his book. And just before she said that, her bus was called. So she grabbed that half a cookie, that empty bag, never got to give her speech, raced across the building to get on her bus and go up the highway. And as she got on the bus and started up the highway, she was organizing her carry-on luggage at her feet, and it fell over, and her bag of cookies fell out. She never did get to say thank you to Tom for the cookies he had purchased at Mrs. Fields. But the reason I'm telling you that story as I conclude my remarks today is because if you think about it for just a minute, you'll realize that every day, whether we're at home, at work, on the highway in particular, we are often faced with the choices those two people had. The choice between being right like that woman knew she was, or being kind like Tom chose to be. I'm going to ask everybody here, the next time you're faced with that choice, follow Tom's example and choose kindness. We need a lot more kindness in this world. God bless you for being here, and thanks for listening. Take care.
Thank you so much, Gary, for that. So, Mike, it's going to be a hard job to follow. Have you got any good jokes? So, Mike Parizio is a forest entomologist with the Maine Forest Service. He's been there since 2019. He started in Minnesota, worked his way to Vermont and back to Maine, I think, right? New York, Minnesota, Vermont, back to Maine, right? Correct. So, welcome to, finally found a good place to come to. We every year we ask the Forest Service to come talk about insect and disease issues, and because we know it's a big concern of folks, and with a lot of things changing. So we're always pleased to have the department here to talk about what the latest is and what things people should be scared about and not scared about, and he's going to try to keep it not scary. And but thank you, Mike, for coming, and the floor is yours. Yep.
All right, yeah, thanks very much for that introduction. Very nice to be here as always. I do enjoy this meeting, and being here with the Maine woodland owners again in person is great. So I'll take the next slide, please, from the back. So with that in mind, I'm assuming that there might be some new folks to the organization since we've been getting together in person over the years here. So I just want to remind people of who exactly we are at the Maine Forest Service Insect and Disease Lab. So you don't have to read through all that, but I just want folks to be aware that, we are here at your service for any forest health issues that you encounter in the course of owning your woodlands and things like that. So, we offer a lot of services. We're always there for advice over the the phone, over email. We do a lot of field visits, and, happy to be getting back into that practice now that, COVID is waning a bit. So, yeah, if folks have any, issues with any of that stuff, please, never be a stranger. Give us a call. And yeah, I can see folks in this room we've been out to visit with. So, yeah, we're always happy to do that. Oh, I gotta be closer. Did anybody hear anything I just said? All right, I'll do better for the next, but yeah, you can bring me into the next slide. So I'll take this opportunity to embarrass some of our new staff. So I think they might be here in the room. If they're here, you guys can go ahead and stand up. Maybe they didn't make it. Oh, there they are. All right, so we're very fortunate. We've had a pattern of holding steady here, but yeah, in recent times we've got some new staff. So Brittany Shapik and Gabe LeMay are two of our new entomologists. So they're going to be based out of the Old Town office. So for folks in the central part of the state and the northern part of the state, although we do our best to get up there out of Augusta, you have some resources that are closer at hand now. So please, make them welcome, let them know that you're looking for assistance and get them out to your woodlots. And it's a great way to learn. So. All right, into the nitty gritty. So I'll start with brown-tailed moth. I just have one slide on this. So this used to be really a painfully local issue here. But I do want to point out for the first time since 2019, we have a fortunate decline in overall statewide acreage of defoliation damage that was mapped during our 2 rounds of aerial surveys. So you can see that drop there. I want to draw folks' attention to 2 particular situations. So you can see the bars for Kennebec County there, where we are here, has really dropped off. So that's in part due to some population collapse due to disease and other natural controls and things like that. And then the other one that's kind of alarming is the Penobscot County bar there. So you can see in Penobscot County, we're really looking. So give me one more click, please. So we're calling this the donut effect. This is for Tom. So basically, we've had the core area in the center here of Kennebec County and the mid coast, and that's kind of expanding out. So folks up in southern Penobscot County, this is something that's probably on your radar and something you're going to become aware of. So we do have a great wealth of resources online, and I advise checking that out before. Sir. Are you asking about the initial outbreak? So the question is, or the drop off. So, I mean, we're still trying to understand this, it's a relatively new phenomenon. We've been evaluating these monitoring plots year after year. And so this year, like I said, some of this is part due to favorable weather patterns. So the weather patterns can certainly influence survival. So we've had some beneficial patterns going into last year that we haven't had for several years before. And again, yeah, there is some buildup of natural controls like diseases and stuff. So once you have these super populations of caterpillars in a zone, and we'll see this, and I'll talk about it with spongy moth, diseases can spread, very well and kind of cause some natural control. So, but okay, next slide, please. So assuming there might be some folks from up north, I'll talk a little bit about spruce budworm. So this is another ongoing situation that's kind of been in flux since 2013, so about 10 years here. In recent times, we've had a big blip on the radar. So in 2019, we had a large migration event. So moths from the outbreak in southern Quebec actually migrated over to Maine and landed down here. So we've been kind of evaluating the aftermath of that wave of moths. So as you can see on the graph there, we did have a huge spike in the number of moths captured in our pheromone traps. And we do maintain about 350 sites across northern Maine represented by those dots on those maps. So we're starting to look favorable again. We've dropped off for 2 years. We're working on this data right now. So this 3rd year, I don't have a final average for the traps, but things look at least comparable to last year, maybe even less of an average. So we're continuing this downward trend here, hopefully. And yeah, some other notes, and I'll talk about these in the next slides. We didn't have as much defoliation. So this is a survey we've been performing since 2019, northern Aroostook County, where those moths landed to kind of keep an eye on local defoliation. So 60 sites spread across the northern tier. Fort Kent's right in the middle there for reference, but that's obviously the northern Maine border with Canada. So really good turnout this year. So 43 of those 60 sites had a decrease in average defoliation from last year. And that average decrease was about 4%. So a pretty good drop. But the more remarkable thing probably is that, you know, we had less sites that increased, and that increase, the average was very stable. So just 0.5%. So things look like they might be kind of stabilizing. Again, I never say that, you know, this is a situation that's resolved itself. We can always fluctuate. We've seen that in the past, but you know, this year's data look pretty comfortable, so to speak. So next slide. Another thing I just want to point out, we've got some new capacity here in Maine. We do a lot of branch sampling for spruce budworm, and we've got a new lab. So a shout out to University of Maine CFRU for establishing a lab where we can have these branch samples processed right here in the state. It used to be a process that took a lot of effort to send to Canada and have them processed in a lab over there. So I just put this example as a nice output from them. So you can just draw your attention to that green box, and just pointing out that things again look pretty comparable to the past couple seasons. So no major increases, and nothing we're really worrying about on our main Forest Service sites that we're monitoring. Yeah, and I'll ask several times throughout this presentation for help from the audience. You folks are obviously people that own woodlands or spend a lot of time and have interest in the woods. So we're always looking for extra eyes in the field despite our new extra staff. So folks up north, again, defoliation is down this year. We didn't document it during aerial survey, which we did in 2021. So that's kind of unique. So yeah, if people are seeing this on the ground on their properties, these are some examples of light budworm defoliation. So feel free to call this in. And then the next slide is just some more examples. So pretty classic for budworm. They're messy feeders. You can see some of the clipped off needles trapped in the webbing there, kind of turning discolored. So it's a pretty dramatic appearance even at low levels on the ground. But again, very difficult to see during aerial surveys. So if you see this and you document it, snap some pictures, send me an email, send me a note, give me a call. We're interested in knowing where some of this stuff is happening, since it seems to now be isolated in pockets now. Okay. So switching to emerald ash borer. So we'll have probably some interesting regulatory developments happening in the coming year. So, you know, one thing we're looking at is in the northern part of the state there, we did have one new detection in Fort Kent using a girdled trap tree. So that kind of pushes that buffer zone, the red and the orange circles around those detection points towards the edge of our current regulatory boundaries. So we do like to maintain a buffer zone of space that we don't think might have EAB. So there'll probably be a little bit of expansion there, but all in all, since EAB was discovered in northern Maine, it's been pretty stable compared to southern Maine. It's been spreading a lot more slowly, but that's the biggest update from new EAB detections in northern Maine for 2022. And then moving on to southern Maine. Southern Maine's been much a different story with a lot of development. So the big highlights from this year are two new detections. One's in Lewiston, Auburn. So that marked the first detection in Androscoggin County. And then more the painful one is up in Oakland, Waterville. So quite disjunct from the main core area there in southern Maine where we're seeing natural spread and stuff like that. So we suspect that might have been accidentally moved somehow in the past, but now there is an established population up there. So again, we're currently looking at some of our regulatory boundaries, and we'll be in the process of revising those. So you know, I bring that up. We're always looking for comment on these processes. We'll announce any changes, and then we always do look for public comment. So if you're interested in commenting, keep an eye out for those notifications. Okay. And then why is this all important? So this slide's been changing too, but basically you can see, you know, Maine's ash resource and the green shading on that map there. So not the most important tree in Maine, but it certainly is. So 2% of ash in Maine still amounts to about 500 million trees in Maine and the state that are over 1 inch. So not any small resource by any standard. Again, so even with these new regulatory additions, still only 16% of the Maine's ash are in regulated areas. So, you know, that means over, you know, about 85% is still non-regulated. So those are areas that we presume are healthy and EAB free, despite our survey work. So yeah, the moral of the story is, you know, we're not totally outgunned yet. And yeah, as woodland owners, be paying attention to where emerald ash borer is found in relation to your woodlands if you know you have a big ash resource on your particular property. So there's not great management tools for emerald ash borer in the short term, but one of the most promising ones in the long term is biological control. So this is the release of parasitoids or natural enemies from the native range of emerald ash borer into the environment here. They've been approved for release by USDA APHIS, and this is a really, nationwide program that's taken hold. So Maine has been participating for several years now, releasing these natural controls both in the northern regulated area as well as the southern regulated area. So releases have happened in northern Maine since the detection of emerald ash borer, and we've actually not planning to release upcoming because we don't have any new additional sites that have become sufficiently infested to release, but we are monitoring up there. So one of the highlights from this past year is the first recovery of one of these natural control, so through sampling, which indicates that we might have a self-sustaining population that's reproducing. And that's the idea with biological control, is to introduce these natural controls in an area, and once they're established, move on to the next, and then they'll maintain their populations and provide long-term control. So that is something we will continue to participate in as much as we can. And there's a few examples of some of the tiny biological control agents there on the left, parasitizing an egg, and that's where an EAB larva used to be before being consumed by the larvae of a wasp. So here's another request for help. So yeah, as we think about these revisions to regulatory boundaries, there's still a lot to know about where EAB is in Maine. Winter is one of the best times for visual survey. Excuse me. So yeah, we're asking folks wherever you see this specific sort of woodpecker damage on ash to let us know about. So woodpecker feeding is one of the easiest ways to find emerald ash borer at levels, where we can't find it through our other monitoring techniques. So very obvious, when it's happening in large scale like this. So the woodpeckers really do utilize this food source, and there are lookalikes, but no matter what you're seeing, if you see this in an area that's regulated or not, please call it in. We'll put a map or a point on our maps just to keep track of this stuff and see where it is. So there's one example. It's firewood season. So as you're burning firewood, take a look at your ash firewood, whether it came from your property or not. Far right there, that's a picture of a piece of ash firewood confiscated from a firewood dealer, that they didn't know was in their pile. So those are the galleries, very distinct and S-shaped. And yeah, depending on when ash is cut, a lot of times the bark will come right off. So you can see this sort of thing easily in a wood pile, and or if it's dried off when you're bringing it in. So yeah, keep an eye out for that, whether it be on firewood or trees themselves. Again, please always call this into the Maine Forest Service. And then this is another really easy one. I don't know how much of the state is covered in snow right now, not as much as we'd like, but this makes it even easier when you pair that woodpecker damage with all the bark that's been flaked off and then collects on the snow. So this really sticks out. And this is, yeah, exactly how we found the new location in Oakland and Waterville, was seeing this, at highway speed. So this is pretty visible, especially, if you're out cruising on foot. So keep an eye out for this, and this, absolutely call us if you come across it. Okay, moving on to spongy moss. So those of you in Western Maine and some other areas, but primarily Western Maine, have been, unfortunately dealing with this for a few years now. This past year was our second severe year of outbreaks. So you can see just the scale of the damage there. There's an example of some defoliation there by the Freiburg Fairgrounds. And some of you that went to the Freiburg Fair may have even seen some of that defoliation damage lingering at that time of year. But pretty comparable year in 2021. 2022 to 2021, so about 55,000 acres of damage in roughly the same areas. So, and that's pretty typical for, a typical spongy moth outbreak. They're short and intense. So, about 2 years. And hopefully what we'll be looking at going into year 3, as you can see there on that photo in the center there's a lot of disease present in these populations where they've become overpopulated. So similar to brown tail moth, hopefully we'll get some collapse through that. And that is typically what we see with spongy moth outbreaks. Yes. Spongy moth has one of the hugest host ranges, unfortunately, of anything. So in Western Maine, their favorite food is primarily the oaks. So they're really doing a number on the oaks. And one of the most troubling things about spongy moth is they can feed on hardwood hosts and conifers. So when they've exhausted their hardwood hosts, as we've seen in Western Maine, they're killing hemlock and pine, which don't recover quite like the hardwoods because they can't put out that second set of leaves. So, but yeah, they'll eat just about anything that's available at these extreme populations. So very, very broad host range. And, but yeah, when available, they're really on the oaks first and foremost, I'd say. Yep. So, okay, next slide. So, well, we'll move on to hemlock woolly adelgid. So again, this is a pest that's been slowly but surely spreading, and we've been uncovering more and more in our survey work. So this is a colorful map, but you can kind of see in the background there's the green hatching. So that's our current regulated area. And then the towns in yellow are the ones that we've detected just this year through visual surveys. So there's 15 new towns that have been added to that map. And as you can see, they're not only butting up against the boundary of that regulated area. We actually do have a find in Gardner. And so that represents the first find outside of our current regulated area. So it's time to update this as well. Again, we'll be performing some more survey work to see if there's any other locations outside of that regulated zone, but there you have it. You can keep on that next one. So there's what the regulated zone looks like. Again, this is something that's pretty easy to see at high populations, for anyone. So those cottony masses on the underside of hemlock needles, especially at high populations. And that photo on the right, this will go after, that's just a little tiny seedling there. So, but yeah, keep an eye out for this. And yeah, we're looking for more information before we make the final decisions on how to readjust this regulatory zone and expand it. So, okay, so we'll switch gears here and move on to pathology. So hopefully I'll be able to cover everything. But so beech leaf disease is one of the new players in Maine Forest Health here. As you can see, kind of a interesting trajectory since its introduction or detection in Ohio in 2012. So we thought we had a little bit more time, but beech leaf disease did show up here in Maine in 2021. And yeah, as we've begun to do some more formal survey, we've certainly seen a lot of progression here, unfortunately. And, that map's kind of dramatic because those counties, once they have a single detection, get lit up. So it's not throughout all of Penobscot County, for example, or even York County, just isolated, but definitely centered around the Penobscot River Valley and corridor there in the mouth of the Penobscot. So yeah, a lot is still being learned about this pest. A lot of you have probably heard about it, but basically it's associated with an introduced nematode. And yeah, a lot of the mechanisms of spread and how this kills trees is still being sorted out. But, it's important to note that it's pretty effective at dispatching not just our native beeches, but also some of the ornamental Asian species that are planted around. So common to see on copper beech, for example, and ornamental plantings. So, okay, next slide. So yeah, here's a little bit more of a refined view at the distribution in Maine. So again, it is, in Penobscot County, just because it was found at the University Forest, but it's not thoroughly up through Penobscot County to the northern end. So not, yeah, tremendous amount of finds, but again, just troubling because there's no real patternation for where we're finding this. It seems in this mid-coast area, wherever you look, you'll find it. But again, an isolated point and Mount Agamenicus there in southern York County that, nobody's really clear on what's going on there. But at this point in time, it's found in 6 Maine counties. And yeah, so as this is all developing, and even before this was developing, when this was just on our watch out list, we were installing monitoring plots to keep an eye on things. And so now those plots are installed and they'll come to use in the near future here because of our current situation. And here's just, yeah, a couple pictures to drive this home. So this is the initial detection site in Lincolnville, May 29th, 2021. So you can see this is right off of these folks' balcony, and yeah, you really can't miss it. Super dramatic. So certainly something to keep an eye out for on your own woodlots and your own properties, but certainly something you can also see, driving around. And then here's the progression in just 1 year. So really, and this is one of the more, extreme examples out there. So there's all differing grades of impact, but this is certainly dramatic. And, this is a devastating thing for a pure beech stand like this, especially mature trees. And I didn't mention before, but yeah, it's not just limited to mature trees. It's all stages of growth. So, intermediate, understory, beech sprouts, all this stuff can be affected by this. And yeah. Okay, next slide. So, and yeah, here's what the symptoms look like. So another one that's fortunately quite obvious sometimes, not always, but this leaf banding is really the hallmark. So again, there's some lookalikes, but the top of the leaves really look leathery and kind of crumpled up. But the best way is in the summer months to stand underneath and silhouette the trees against the sun. And you can see, this banding between the veins really sticks out. And again, there's plenty of information on this online, a lot more photos and stuff. But one of the interesting things is, when beech retains its leaves in the winter, you can actually see, this same leaf banding in the winter months. So keep an eye out for that as you're out and about in the winter as well. So here's another request for help. Yeah, again, another regulatory thing we're looking. Oops, was there a question?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was just wondering, we have it a lot in Hope.
Mhm.
Should we be careful about harvesting, burning, transporting the dead or dying beaches?
Yeah, so a lot of that is still being determined as well. I guess it depends on what you're doing. If you don't have to, I would say it's always the best principle to keep it local to begin with. If it's a whole harvest and you're selling logs, that's a different story. I know the U.S. Forest Service has done some experimentation that's underway, with walking around in a beech leaf disease forest and then walking around a plantation to see if it can be transferred on, shoes and stuff like that. But yeah, that's kind of still the holy grail of this story, is how exactly is the mechanism of spread. So yeah, more to come on that. But yeah, whenever you can be cautious before we fully understand it, I would totally recommend that, unless you absolutely have to move stuff. But there's no regulations for it or anything from that standpoint at this time. So sure. Yeah, another regulated species that's expanding with our survey efforts is European larch canker. So this has been here for a really long time, and this regulated zone has been pretty stable, but there is some natural spread going on. So we have, again, discovered this right outside of the margins of regulated zones. So there'll probably be some examples here. But yeah, if there's folks from down east and that have a lot of larch on their properties, please keep a lookout for these, random swellings and cankers. They can be pretty obvious on branches there and the stems of small trees. So yeah, you can phone those in. We're always looking for information on that. So, okay. Next slide. And then I think this is the last slide here, so hopefully I didn't run over. But yeah, so this is another one. This is still on our watch out list. So again, this one is not actually in Maine, but one that we're highly concerned about, with the nearest known location still in upstate New York, so not terribly far away from us. But yeah, oak wilt is a vascular wilt disease. So a lot of you are familiar with Dutch elm disease. So there's a lot of similarities and parallels there with how these diseases act. So, but this one is, yeah, pretty particularly invasive and devastating. So yeah, the lookouts for this, obviously in the growing season, you really want to be on the lookout for wilting trees and branches. It doesn't always have to be the whole canopy, but it can be. So, and then, if you look at that picture in the lower right, middle of summer with a nice green, lawn there, and yeah, if the leaves start piling up and they're dropping and they're discolored in the middle of the growing season, that's just not right. So we've looked into a lot of these that have fortunately turned out to be false alarms for other reasons. But yeah, sometimes it's pretty difficult to distinguish between them. So yeah, we always appreciate that call as well. And we're happy to come out and evaluate things. And, we can send away samples to look for things that are undiagnosable. You don't always get that nice leaf discoloration there, but sometimes you do. So sometimes we have to test. So Okay. And then, yeah, I've been asking for reports the whole time. So this is just, a quick blurb, you can get on our website. We have an online reporting forum, but otherwise, yeah, you can just call the main lab or foresthealth@maine.gov is probably the easiest way to reach us. But yeah, we're always available. So I have some cards if folks want cards. Otherwise, yeah, we have a website presence with lots of resources. So check that out. And yeah, I think with that, I'll take any questions if there are. Sure.
We're gonna use a microphone. So you'll have to-
Yeah, thrips on.
Put it up to your mouth.
Is that a problem?
The question is pear thrips on maple. I'm not aware of any local example. I mean, that's a big thing in Vermont. Vermont still has an annual pear thrip survey. I don't know enough about the history of Maine to know if that has been a problem in the past. Since I've been here, it's not something that's on our radar we're looking at, and nothing I've heard of, from the Maple Growers Association or anything like that. So it is, yeah, again, some of these diseases tend to be, or insects tend to be localized. So the only situation I know is Vermont that's still really looking at that closely right now.
All right, thank you.
Can emerald ash borer complete its life cycle in the absence of ash trees? Are there any alternate hosts?
So the only alternate host that's known right now is white fringe tree, which is also in the olive family. Not something that naturally occurs on the landscape in Maine. It is something you can buy in nurseries here. It's not regulated. I haven't really seen any outplanted, but I'm sure there are some that are outplanted for ornamental purposes. But stuff you're going to find in the forest, no, it's really very specific to the genus Fraxinus. So it does go after all the ash, without any control there. But no, there's been no documented completions of the life cycle on anything else but white fringe tree to this point in time.
I had a question what are you seeing for damage from EAB and hemlock woolly adelgid? You've seen the spread, but what are you seeing for the damage?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think. I don't believe we've quite gotten to the points where we've mapped EAB damage from the air, but certainly New Hampshire, they're doing that during their aerial survey. We are seeing finally, dieback and mortality in southern Maine for sure, areas closer up to here. It's not quite that progressed. The typical curve is usually, about year 5 after infestation, you really see in a localized area a lot of decline. And then year 10, you've pretty much, completed the curve and you've got extensive mortality there. So, yeah, it's going to get a lot more dramatic. We're still even 5+ years in, we're still early on in the curve. And so yeah, EAB will be pretty dramatic.
So you expect EAB from within a 10-year period of time to see substantial mortality from a site?
Yeah, on a
is that-
localized
is that a
scale,
ballpark?
that's 10 years
Yeah,
is a good ballpark. And then hemlock woolly adelgid, again, is something that's been around lingering. We are mapping that during aerial survey now, actual mortality. And yeah, it seems like a lot of the severity there has been increasing because we're not getting any assistance from cold weather temperatures, winter temperatures, which hemlock woolly adelgid actually is pretty susceptible to, unlike a lot of other things like EAB, for example, could care less about the harshest Maine winter, but hemlock woolly adelgid is vulnerable. So.
Doug.
Oh, there.
Has there been an increasing rate of diseases and pests introduced from other states? As you say, go from the mid 20th century to 2000 to now. I mean, has it like gone up, the number of them?
Yeah, I wish I had a graphic for that, but I think the rule of thumb is for pretty much most states in the Northeast, it's every 2 to 3 years, you're getting a new pest that's not just an insignificant, like a major pest. And I'm sure there's a lot of stuff over the course of the last century that was introduced, but not major invasives per se. But yeah, no, the rate and the workload, they're always increasing, unfortunately. And yeah, there's no end in sight. Like, I just presented a few watchouts here, but there's a lot longer list of watchouts there on that list that we're
Is it
looking for.
related to climate change?
I think there's a climate component. I think a lot of it is commerce, is probably the biggest component. But yeah, one of the things we're looking at now is spotted lanternfly, which is going across the Northeast. And, you have to look at the climate models to see whether it's going to get a foothold in Maine. Right now we only have a very small favorable climate for it, in southern Maine, but what's it going to look like in 50 years? And same thing for a lot of our coastal problems, hemlock woolly adelgid, balsam woolly adelgid, a lot of these small sucking insects that are susceptible to winter cold and have traditionally been coastal problems. Your red pine scale, they seem, it's kind of soon to say, but they seem to be kind of migrating inward as well, in addition to up the coast or down the coast. So yeah, no, climate I think is inseparable from the trajectory of a lot of these invasions and how our things that are already here are going to act in the next 50, 100 years for sure. I was warned I would get this question, but I honestly am not up to date with jumping worm happenings right now to even make an intelligent comment, so I won't do it. But no, that's fine. So yeah, that's another one, a new invasive that we're kind of juggling, ownership of who's going to be taking that on. It doesn't fit really nicely into our insect and disease shop. So yeah, we'll see. But there's a lot to learn there as well. And I'd say look to some of the other northeastern states that have really done a lot of research on it so far and see what their examples look like.
Regarding the spongy moth, are you seeing in Western Maine areas where after, preferable hardwood trees are defoliated, that you're seeing stands of, white pine that are dying out because they've moved on?
I can't say that they're dead yet. There is certainly a lot of hemlock and white pine that are heavily impacted. And yeah, I suspect the mortality we will see from this outbreak, a lot of it will be geared towards the conifers. So, this is really only year 2, but, especially because we've had 2 years of drought, paired with that outbreak. And, that plays a huge role in recovery of these trees. So, yeah, there will be, white pine and hemlock and, probably those two, the most mortality in Western Maine that happened because of this event. Sure.
Any other questions?
Tom, were there any questions online?
There are none. I think we're good. Thank you, Mike. so
Okay,
much.
I'll be
This is
around if
great.
anybody wants to chat. Thank you.
Great job as always, Mike. I do want to recognize a couple folks that are here. From Senator King's office, Scott Wilkinson in the back here. And then from Congressman Pingree's office, Jeannie Christie right here. So thank you both and welcome, and thank you both for coming very much. While we're setting up for the last one, which will be a little different because it's going to be on carbon, but it's the folks that are going to be speaking will be remote. So we'll work that out. Let's draw 2 more quick door prizes. So far, no glitches. Okay. For a lime green t-shirt, size large, 325. $262. Oh, here you go. You are now a certified logging professional, Steve. Okay. That's not a problem for some of us. One more, this is a one of a kind mug, says Swom on it. So this will be a collector's item.
That ticket that I did, print from 626.
261. Did I call that one? 261? Okay. So how do we, I'm gonna look for, haven't we, I gotta give the folks back here a great deal of credit who are running this for us, everything. So just so you know, there's been about 35 to 45 people online all day long who are also hearing and seeing this, and everything you're seeing, they're seeing. So we've got a really nice crowd, and the folks in the back have done a fantastic job of, there aren't any big glitches going on, so. And that's Roy Clark is the one on the aisle side, and he also does a lot of our hosting of our website and things, but this is our first hybrid, and we weren't sure how this was going to go, but seems to be going very well. So appreciate everybody's patience. So we're bringing in two speakers, the carbon folks. And while they're doing that, I think I said at the business meeting this morning, I probably hear more about carbon from members than just about anything. So the two presentations you're going to hear are two companies, two organizations or two companies that are dealing with carbon programs that are of a size and scale that are available to smaller owners. A lot of the programs are designed for large ownerships. These two are the two really that are kind of in play at this point, who can deal with some of the smaller acreages. So that's why we asked these two folks in particular to come and talk about. I can tell you that the NCX program, I think Seth Sprague mentioned this morning in the business meeting that we have enrolled one of our land trust properties in the NCX program to try it out for a year. I'm sure you'll hear more about that. And then, but the two programs we'll talk, and then we'll have time for questions. Are we all set? We are. Is the first one, I can't see is Lillian's on?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Lillian.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Tom Doak. I'm the executive director. Thank you for doing this. Lillian represents NCX. I'll let you explain that and the company, and then your approach, and go right ahead. You've got the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As Tom mentioned, my name's Lillian Hogan. I lead the landowner success team here at NCX. I'm really excited to share more about the Natural Capital Exchange and how our program has been designed to support landowners of all sizes. So you may be wondering why we do what we do in the carbon market space. And I want to share a story about Margaret. Her story really encapsulates the work that we do and the mission behind it. So her great-grandfather moved to Newton, Mississippi back in 1838, and the home that he built still stands. Over the years, many family members settled in nearby towns, establishing farms and families. Their family grew all kinds of crops: corn, hay, cotton, and timber becoming the most valuable asset. And over the years, Margaret and her sisters learned to be good stewards of the land and have actually seen firsthand the impact of climate change. Both her sister and her niece lost their homes in Hurricane Katrina, and every year since, they dodge increasingly erratic hurricane seasons, but still hope to be able to pass the family land on to the next generation. After doing in-depth research of forest carbon programs, they enrolled in NCX to support the upkeep of the trees that they love and keep them standing. Margaret's family history and motivation to participate in NCX is unique to her, but on par with what we've heard from hundreds of landowners that we've either spoken with or are actively participating in our program. The Natural Capital Exchange has been designed to provide an alternative revenue stream to support landowners of all sizes and the natural capital that they offer. that we and society at large benefit from. So I just like to share that story at the beginning because I think, again, it really is representative of the landowners that we work with and the motivation behind the work that we do. So a little bit more about our program and what makes it unique. There are 3 key characteristics that our program offers to landowners. It's no cost to participate. There is no minimum acreage required, and it's only an annual harvest deferral commitment. So what we've developed is a really innovative program designed to eliminate common barriers found in more traditional forest carbon programs. And we're able to achieve this through leveraging the technology that we've developed and designing our methodology to support this type of framework. As you can see on this slide, our participating landowners and the coverage has continued to grow. Our spring 2021 cycle was the first commercial cycle that we launched, and it had 119 participants. From there, we expanded north and westward, and now our program is available to landowners across the contiguous US. We have had over 4,200 landowners that have either participated in a previous cycle or are actively enrolled. And excited to continue to interact with even more landowners as information about our program continues to be shared. So the image shown here is from our base map technology, which is proprietary technology that we've developed. It's been instrumental in democratizing access to forest carbon programs. Base map allows us to estimate the size and species of every forested acre across the US. Although there are 29 landowners from Maine who are currently participating, and that may not seem like a lot, those participants actually represent over 400,000 acres, which is obviously significant acreage across the state. So what I've got here is a short demo showing just how easy it is to sign up on our platform and request your free assessment. There isn't any sound here, so I'm just going to quickly talk through the 3 steps. So the first thing that you'll do is provide some general contact information. I've just entered test info here. And then you will be prompted to provide some property details, so ownership type, whether or not your property has a street address. If you work with a forester, you can enter that information as well. Then you'll be taken to this interactive map where you can very quickly and easily identify the property under your ownership. Here I entered Morgan County, Indiana. I live in Indianapolis, so that's why I entered Morgan County, but you could enter a street name as well. Once you've identified your property, you then click these 3 check boxes and request your eligibility report. One caveat that I want to flag for you all is we have not shown in this video, I need to update the demo here, but we've introduced a new enrollment requirement at the end of last year where landowners are prompted to provide proof of ownership documents. I'll touch more on that in the next slide, but again, wanted to include this tutorial because I think it really shows how easy it is to sign up on our platform, identify your property, and request an eligibility report. So it's important to note that there are 4 eligibility requirements to participate in the program. The first is that the individual requesting an assessment must be the legal owner or manager of the property being enrolled. Additionally, as a participant, you have to enroll all of the land residing under your ownership. This is a critical component to our methodology and helps eliminate activity shifting leakage, which is one element that all carbon project developers have to account for. That said, it's not a requirement that harvests be deferred across all acres. We simply have to assess the cumulative land holdings belonging to an individual owner or set of beneficial owners. The third requirement is that participants have to acknowledge that the credits sold reflect volume that could reasonably take place over the next 12 months. That acknowledgement paired with our methodology helps ensure that the credits generated are in fact additional, which is another element all carbon project developers have to account for. And lastly, as I mentioned on the previous slide, participants have to submit proof of ownership, which will be verified prior to receiving an eligibility report. We have historically conducted ownership checks on a subset of accepted participants, but doing it after landowners have already been accepted into the program created some unique challenges. So essentially we took what we have been doing and we just moved it up in the process. So we're verifying ownership now prior to generating an eligibility report. And this requirement just helps strengthen the security of any accounts that are being created and upholds the integrity of our program. So if you meet the eligibility requirements and want to join the thousands of other landowners actively participating in our program, you are more than invited to request a free eligibility report. That eligibility report will be unique to your property characteristics and harvest risk. So there are a number of factors that we evaluate. Some of those factors include the size and species of timber across all of your forested acres. And again, that's derived through our base map technology. There are other data sets that we leverage to evaluate the market dynamics in your region. So we'll look at proximity of your property to mills. What is the mill demand in that region? What's the slope of your property and how does that influence harvest risk? As well as ownership type. So are you a family forest owner versus a commercial or industrial manager, and how would that influence your likelihood of harvest? So all of those factors are evaluated through our assessment process, and what we generate is an eligibility report. That eligibility report reflects the volume of timber that we estimate will likely come off of the property over the next 12 months. And those are represented in a unit that we've created called harvest deferral credits. Those can then be sold in our marketplace in exchange for deferring harvest activity. So we interact with a number of buyers ranging in size and industry who want to purchase credits from landowners, and we've created this marketplace for landowners to sell those credits to buyers. Once you've received an eligibility report, you're able to immediately then submit an offer, and we work hard behind the scenes to match your offer with a buyer that's willing to pay that price. If you are interested in learning more, you are welcome to create your account by visiting landowners.ncx.com, and that's where you'll go to get started. So now that you know a little bit more about NCX and how it's designed for landowners, I do want to just take a moment to answer 3 of our most frequently asked questions, knowing that we're saving Q&A until the end after Sierra gives her presentation. This is probably the most frequently asked question we get from participants is how much can a landowner expect to get paid per acre? Unfortunately, this one's a little bit difficult to know without an individual submitting their property information, because there are so many unique factors that influence financial potential, including rotation age, species mix. We're also now looking at historical harvest activity. And then some of the other things that I mentioned on the previous slide, like slope and terrain and local timber economics. That said, most landowners who own less than 1,000 acres in areas that have good markets can estimate that they'll earn between 1 and 1.5 credits per acre. My recommendation is always to just create an account, request an eligibility report, and then once you have that in hand, you'll be able to much more easily forecast income earning potential, but share that in hopes that that gives you a ballpark. The second most frequently asked question we get is, how does the program handle natural disasters? If a natural disturbance does occur during the 1-year performance period, and this results in a landowner not meeting their deferral commitments, no payments will be made for the associated credits. So what we have done is we've implemented a reduced payment per credit structure for any delivery that falls below 95%. So we actually have a buffer where if you deliver 95%, you will still actually receive the full contract amount. But generally, you know, if it's a significant natural disturbance, you're likely to fall below that threshold. And in that case, you would receive a reduced payment per credit. If your delivery falls below 47%, then we simply won't be able to issue payments. That said, landowners will certainly not be penalized further for natural disturbances. Unfortunately, those are out of our control. And won't be barred from future participation in NCX cycles, but do want to share that for visibility so that you know how we're approaching that. And lastly, will landowners be eligible to participate in other forest carbon programs after enrolling in NCX? In short, it depends. Project developers like us are able to enact program requirements at their discretion. Other organizations may elect to restrict or prohibit participation in their program for a designated time horizon. We definitely encourage landowners to consider this when evaluating all of their options, not just NCX. Unfortunately, you know, how others choose to structure their program is beyond our control, but when it comes to our program, this is not a restriction we will enact, nor does it reflect how we expect to see registries evolve to support innovative methodologies in the future. Of course, we hope landowners elect to participate in a subsequent cycle, but once that 1-year performance period has been met, landowners have fulfilled their obligation and, in our opinion, should be free to move from program to program. But again, encourage all interested landowners to do their due diligence in evaluating the programs available to them. As I mentioned, we are saving time at the end for Q&A, but want to share one more resource that we recently launched to surface answers to some additional frequently asked questions that you may have. This Help Center, which is available at help.ncx.com, gives you an opportunity to learn more about our program. You can simply type any question, although we've got some categories down here. You can simply type in any question here and surface related articles. We've got over 100 in there right now, and it's a resource that we're continuously adding to. So you are invited to check that out as well if you want to learn more about our program. Thank you for tuning in this afternoon to our virtual presentation. Our team can be reached at landowners@ncx.com, and I will be back in a bit to join the Q&A. Sierra, I will turn it over to you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Sierra Giroux. I'm the Senior Forestry Manager for the Northeast region and for the American Forest Foundation. I work with consulting foresters and landowners primarily in the Northeast. Thank you for attending and allowing me to speak virtually to you today about the Family Forest Carbon Program. FFCP was conceived originally in 2017 by two nonprofits passionate about the resiliency and health of United States forests, the American Forest Foundation and the Nature Conservancy. Oops, 1 second. There we go. So our focus is bringing options to the largest combined owners of forested land in the United States, small or family forest landowners. As some people have already mentioned today, most forest carbon programs are only accessible to larger landowners that own roughly 3,000 acres or more. And we believe that the carbon market should benefit America's smaller family landowners as well. So we offer our program to landowners owning 30 to 2,400 acres. So how does the Family Forest Carbon Program work? So FFCP is a practice-based approach. We pay landowners to commit to practices that have been shown to increase carbon storage over the life of their contract, which is currently 20 years. And then transfer those rights from the property to us and measure the growth of those properties over time by sampling across the cohort of enrolled properties. And it's a dynamic baseline that we use our methodology on. So we compare that data to the best fit FIA plots in those regions and generate credits based on the additional carbon stored on the enrolled properties over time. We have a system to confirm that each landowner has implemented the practice, but are only deeply monitoring a random representative sampling of those enrolled properties versus having to monitor every property that's required in traditional carbon projects. So the official launch of our pilot program for the Northeast region started in June 2022, and the following counties of New York, Vermont, and Massachusetts, you can see in the darker green, are where our project is currently located or accepting clients. We're currently in our pilot phase as well, but we're looking to expand hopefully by the summer of 2023, so this coming summer, and this is to include the state of Maine. So we currently have two practices that are predominantly hardwood forests. The first is Enhance Your Woodland practice, and this is fit for family forest owners who want the option to actively manage their woodland within the 20-year contract. Under Enhance Your Woodland, a thinning or gap harvest can be applied. Up to 25% of the basal area could be removed in a given timber harvest, with total canopy gaps or patches representing less than 20% of that area. So we are allowing some small patch removals as well. And also firewood removal is also allowed, with limits based on the size of the property or enrolled acreage. The second is Grow Older Forests. This practice produces carbon benefits through increased total forest carbon stocks by eliminating carbon removal from harvest activities. This practice includes a commitment not to harvest over a 20-year contract period. The intent of this practice is to allow forested stands and trees to grow for longer, which can extend the rotation and then be managed sustainably for timber over the long term. And just a couple of things to note, Grow Older Forests also allows the removal of firewood for personal use. And we do have specifications to allow for salvaging resulting from storm events or pest or pathogen outbreak. And those will just require prior approval from the folks at Family Forest Carbon Program. So throughout the agreement period, you will receive payments throughout the contract period of 20 years. We spread the incentive amount over the life of the contract according to an agreed upon payment schedule that you will see on the next slide. You will keep the Family Forest Carbon Program updated on any major changes in the woodland, including upcoming timber harvests, and also ownership transfer. So this contract will carry over to future owners for the life of the contract. The Family Forest Carbon Program will own the rights to the carbon and can monetize the carbon benefit through the sale of verified credits on the voluntary market. We also may visit your property to conduct additional monitoring, but like I said, that's not guaranteed. It'll be based on a representative amount of the enrolled acreage. And like I said, here is a quick snapshot of the payment schedule. So 20% upfront upon signature, and then a graduated payment throughout the rest of the contract. So this is a quick snapshot of the current enrollment in the Northeast. We have plenty of other landowners that are in the pipeline currently, but these are the current landowners that have passed enrollment. So what's next? Like I said, we're planning on expanding into the state of Maine, New Hampshire, as well as the rest of Massachusetts and New York sometime this year, with the additionality of other forest types being added. Most importantly, spruce fir forest, especially for the state of Maine and New Hampshire, and then additionally pine and oak predominant forest types as well. So when it comes to Maine, how do you get involved? You can find your property on our website called Woods Camp. And it's a tool that you input your property and you receive a report on your land and learn which practices are the right fit for your forest. Should you be eligible, you can set up a time to connect with the representative and answer your questions. If you do not have a forester or a forest management plan, we connect you with a forester who is working with FFCP, who can walk the land with you, confirm your eligibility, collect information about your land, and help bridge the gap between you and FFCP to create your agreement. And from there, we can put together your agreement, you review, sign it, and return it. And you should receive your first payment within 60 days. And if you have any other further questions, Family Forest Carbon Program .org is a large website, and it has plenty of frequently asked questions on there. And I did not put an ending of this slide, so that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, I bet there are some questions here. Jen's gonna run around with the microphone, so. Can you hear this online okay, both of you?
Can you hear me online?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my question is probably one entertained by a lot of others. Who is paying for these credits? And in the case of the first one, FCX, can you give me a ballpark, even a large ballpark figure of how much per credit I could get? But I'm really interested in who is going to pay me for the credit.
So the way our program works, the seller agreement is structured between you as a landowner and NCX. So because we facilitate this marketplace, we have contracts in place with buyers. They pay us for credits, and then we pay landowners for delivering on their harvest deferral commitments. So technically you'll be paid by NCX, but the buyers that we work with, they range across industries and sizes. Historically, we've worked with predominantly Fortune 500 companies who have ambitious sustainability targets. Some of the buyers that we've worked with to date include companies like Microsoft and South Pole, Rubicon, Patch, Insight, and again, it varies by size and industry. One of the things that our team's actively working on is diversifying our buyer base. So we've seen some strong signals through our previous cycles that certain buyers are willing to pay a premium for credits that are generated typically in states that they operate in, which, you know, using Insight as an example is one of those buyers. So we're actively working to secure contracts with other buyers, but that's just a little bit of background on who we've worked with so far and who you would be paid by.
Yes, and so for the Family Forest Carbon Program, it's much the same as Lillian mentioned. Your payments will be coming through from the Family Forest Impact Foundation, which funds the Family Forest Carbon Program. And so our buyers, we have a rigorous program that ensures that the buyers on the voluntary market have sustainability goals and targets, and that they're only buying credits for that unavoidable additional carbon to offset their outputs.
The question of pricing or value, I wish I could remember what, we have one project in, and I'm trying to remember. Lillian, I don't think I'm saying anything that's protected if I say what we received, right?
No.
I believe it was $8 per credit, somewhere in that range. 8 to 10, I believe. I can get you the number. I mean, I'm happy to share. We'll share anything we have. So we wanted to enter the program because we wanted to test it out. And we
Yeah,
haven't
and
received anything yet.
I apologize for forgetting about that piece of the original question as well. So yeah, just to expand on that a little bit, $8 is right, because I believe the organization is the Mid-Coast Conservancy that you're referring to, but historically our cycles have cleared, or landowners have been paid anywhere from like $7 to $12 on average. Again, you're going to see some fluctuation depending on the buyers that we're working with and the prices that they're willing to be paid, or excuse me, they're willing to pay for credits, but that does give you a little bit more of a ballpark. So I appreciate you raising that again. Thank you.
Jim, go ahead, Jim.
So this looks to me like big companies like Microsoft, in order to look good to the public and their stockholders, want to remain carbon neutral. So if they buy $1 million worth of carbon credits, they can pollute up to $1 million and be carbon neutral. If they want to pollute $10 million worth, they can buy $10 million worth of carbon credits and be carbon neutral. So they do this by tying up wood production in other states like Maine. And being a mill owner myself and my family, I see this as a huge threat to timber supply, because we need wood every year for our mills. And if this spreads, you're going to see the mills going out of business because there's not enough wood being harvested. And then maybe you'll have your carbon markets, but you won't have your wood markets. And I see this as being a real threat to us.
Do either of you online want to talk, respond to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to share a little bit more about the way in which we've approached designing our program. So, the way that we think about NCX and working with mills is that it's just like another mill spinning up in the area competing for the same timber that you would be trying to purchase as well. We have some specific flexibility in our program that allows landowners who need to harvest or who can't defer harvest or ultimately choose to harvest because that's what's best for their forest health. Landowners do have the flexibility to conduct harvest activity through our program, and they would simply be paid for the harvesting that they do defer. So really, we're trying to work within the forest industry and alongside, different sectors within the forest industry when thinking about our program and how it would impact mills. And I think that that's something that all carbon project developers face, but there is really a desire among landowners to participate in carbon markets. So hopefully, comparing our program or evaluating our program and the flexibility that it offers, it, is no different than another mill coming up in the area.
Jim?
Yes, our 1099s issued to the recipient of the carbon credit payments for the purposes of federal income tax.
Yes, we issue 1099s for payments.
That is correct. We do as well.
Sure. A couple of online questions. Do you have to harvest to get credits? I know the answer to that one. You do not have to harvest to get credits. And a couple of very similar questions to, does the business model encourage, does it really encourage keeping forest to sequester carbon, or does it allow an entity to pollute? I think kind of answered that one. One question is, I have a management plan with a forester. Would I need to pay for a new plan with that forester? How about that one? Either of you?
Yep, I can answer that one for the Family Forest Carbon Program. So we actually help incentivize renewing your management plan during the lifetime of that contract. It may not pay for the entire renewal of your forest management plan, but it'll be a subsidy for any work that your forester does on your land.
And then for NCX, at this time, we don't require management plans to be submitted to be eligible for our program.
There's another question online about what are the smallest parcels that you have enrolled?
So we've enrolled right down to that 30-acre minimum. And in some cases, it's gone a little bit below. I think our smallest has actually been like 28 acres, just because it was so close to that 30.
Yeah, and for us, generally the smallest size property that we have enrolled is around 15 to 20 acres. It depends because we look at market dynamics in the region. Some places or some areas around the country will be able to conduct a commercial timber harvest on 15 acres. Some have a higher threshold at 25. That's why we say that there's not a minimum. It really just depends on the area in which you operate. But to be eligible to participate in our program, your property does have to be able to support a commercial timber harvest.
I have one more online, then I'll go back. It's actually a two-part question. Would the enrollment in the FFCP affect my tree growth tax base? I can answer that. We mentioned the business meeting this morning. We have a concern that if you're in a carbon program and you're in the tree growth tax law program, are those two going to be compatible? And we have put in legislation for discussion that would allow you to remain in the tree growth tax law program as long as there's not prohibition against harvesting trees. We'll see how that goes, but that is a concern that we have. That's a state kind of tax issue. And then the other question is, how is income treated? Is it regular income or long-term capital gain? Do either of you know that answer to that?
That is a question that comes up a lot. And I'm not sure if the Federal Tax Bureau quite has the answer to that. So I would say, consult with your, financial advisor. That's pretty much the route that I've been speaking with landowners and foresters about, because they would know better.
In terms of our program, income is taxed as just normal income, not capital gains.
Regular income. Okay, questions back in the room? Doug?
Maybe this has already been answered, but I'm involved in the tree growth tax program, and particularly for the Family Forest Carbon Foundation program, where you need to wait 20 years before there's a harvest. That probably conflicts with forester recommendations for 3 small woodlots I own. Maybe you can answer that better, Tom.
Well, I think that has to do with interpretation of the tree growth tax law program, which I'm guessing the legislature will wrestle with that in this coming session. Bob? While you're getting the mic, I've got a question online. So does the type of forest and specific mix impact the credits? And in general, what is the most valuable tree species or forest type for carbon sequestration? Anybody want to answer that one?
Yes, I can, at least in terms of our program. So both hardwood and softwood species are eligible for generating credits in our program. Ultimately, what we're doing is incentivizing landowners to defer harvest activity. So through our assessment process, we are determining what the likelihood harvesting will take place based on the species mix and size of the timber on the property, and then generating credits based off of that. Our data team that designs the models that we use to conduct assessments would be better equipped to answer this question in terms of whether or not specific species impact the number of credits that you're generated or that get generated for your property. But to my knowledge, it doesn't. It's just what is the likely volume that will come off of the property, and translating that to the percent of carbon at risk, and then deriving a number of HDCs or harvest deferral credits off of that.
Bob?
Yes, this is Bob Seymour. I have a question about for Sierra, I guess, about the Family Forest Program. To what extent does the current stocking of the property and its harvest history affect the carbon sale? Just for example, say we have a heavily liquidated property that has 6 quarts of the acre versus one that has 30. One could easily support a harvest, the other couldn't. This would be with the 20-year no harvest, the second option.
Yeah, so I didn't put in all the details about the eligibility for these practices, but so baseline for eligibility is beeline stocking, and needs to have at least 2,000 board feet per acre, and it needs to be of a saw log size. So it needs to be able to otherwise be commercially harvested to be eligible for the very start of the contract.
Okay, that's an important detail, beeline stocking. Okay, that's very clear. Do you have to, for that program, do you have to enroll all of your lands? Would it all have to have beeline stocking? Say you had 100 acres that didn't, 500 that did?
So nope, you do not have to enroll all of your acreage. So only the the minimum acreage needs to be at least 30 acres that you are enrolling, but it does not need to be your entire forest land. So you can choose to pick a couple of stands and select them for enrollment. And you can, either defer them or do a small timber harvest, and then continue treating the rest of your forested land.
Wow, that's an important detail too. That's different than other programs. Finally, the 25% of the first option, the lightly managed forest option, is that a cumulative amount over the whole 20-year contract period? For example, if you cut 25% within 10 years, probably in any kind of well-stocked forest, it's going to have grown back to the initial stocking. Just to pick a number, is that so, or is that over a shorter period of time?
So that 25% is over the entire contract period. So, while remeasuring, and obviously you're probably going to have another forest management plan written, and then, updated stocking numbers, you could potentially have another small timber harvest in there as long as it's maintaining that 25% removal.
Okay, thank you. Can I address Jim Robbins' question? We just sold you 100,000 board feet of pine saw timber through PNC that, and we also enrolled as an applicant in the NCX program. And what you paid us for those pine logs that we got back as stumpage was about 30 times what I could have sold the carbon for. I wrote about this, I think, 2 newsletters ago. So I don't think you have anything to fear right now, Jim, until the price of carbon goes like way, way, way up. That's not to say that, there aren't reasons to do a carbon sale, but I think at current prices, they're really quite low. Now, I've seen predictions where they're going to go way higher, and that could, in a wood scarcity situation, be an issue. So.
I had another question here. Do either of your programs prohibit, the comment came up about some programs may prohibit you from ever enrolling in theirs or a time frame if you've enrolled in another one? Do either of your programs have a prohibition of if you've been in a program that you're not eligible for your program? That was my question. Hopefully my question was clear.
We don't have any restrictions in terms of the way our program is structured, as long as you have fulfilled, whatever your contractual obligations are for the other program that you were previously enrolled in, in terms of crediting and accounting.
Right.
Registries just want to make sure that,
but if you're done with one
there's no
program,
double counting happening.
you could be eligible for yours.
Exactly.
And that's true for NCX as well?
Yeah,
that was for NCX.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, Lillian. But yeah, for Family Forest Carbon Program, if you had enrolled in another carbon program, you are ineligible for the Family Forest Carbon Program. As it stands right now, that might change further down the road, but for right now, we are not accepting if you had a different carbon program previously.
And is that a permanent or is there a time frame with that?
That's permanent.
Okay. Who's got the mic?
More than 10 years ago, we had a management plan done and it qualified for this carbon credit. And Jeff Meserve done the management plan. Since then, he's passed away. And I've called the forestry department, and I understand there's other programs we get into. I thought it was a government instead of this one here. This sounds like we're helping out the big corporations to make them look good in their credit carbon program. So is there any other programs you know of that I could look into?
So you're talking about you had a management plan done which was partially paid for by one of the programs, right? A separate program. You did. Okay. Okay. And so your question is?
Any other programs we can look into? I understood Jeff said we had one federal government we could look into and get a hold of the forestry department and work with them to get into it.
Right now, I mean, there are plenty of cost share programs through the Natural Resource Conservation Service and some through the Forest Service that offset certain activities, practices, and management plans. These are the two that are kind of available to smaller owners right now, as far as carbon is concerned. There'll probably be others, but these are the only two.
Hello, this is a question for Lillian.
Yep.
In October, our land was accepted for the landowner account enrollment by NCX. And then in November, I got an email saying that it was postponed. So I would like just a status on where they are now.
So I'd be happy to look up your specific account. If you want to reach out to us via email, our team mailbox is landowners@ncx.com. That would probably be the best way for me to provide a status update. But if you received an email indicating that you were accepted into our program, then you're likely still enrolled. We wouldn't have terminated your contract. You can also log into your NCX account at landowners.ncx.com with whatever the email and password combination is that you created, and that will show you your status right there. Those would be my two recommendations. We did send an announcement out at the end of 2022 indicating that we would be postponing some cycles in 2023 as we worked to bring on more buyers. But if you'd already been accepted, then that's not going to impact your current enrollment.
Okay.
Okay, my account member application had been accepted, but not processed. So that is the email I got. Thank you.
Sure.
I got another question online that says, and I guess this is for Sierra, what is the rationale for banning participation by property that might have been previously enrolled in another program when, like NCX, when NCX only has a 1-year obligation and that obligation is over?
I actually don't have the answer to this question, but I will make sure that I send out the answer to this afterwards. And I'm guessing it's based on our methodology and how we have our dynamic baseline for the carbon credits. Since we don't measure carbon on each landowner's property. But like I said, I don't have this specific rationale. That's just the answer I was given. So I will get back to you on that.
Is that by property or by owner? So if I enroll, then sell my after a year, I sell my property to Seth, can he then enroll it?
So our contracts roll with ownerships during the life of that contract. So after 20 years, if you sell your property right at 21 years, then obviously it will not roll over. And then that new landowner could enroll that property. But if it was during the life of that contract, then it would go over to the new landowner.
So what I meant is, say I enroll in NCX and I'm after a year, my year is up, and then I sell my land to somebody else. Can they then enroll in your program, or are they banned from the program because the land was enrolled in NCX? Or I'm not picking on NCX, I'm talking about any other program.
Right. I believe that they will be banned, just by how our methodology works. But that's the answer that I was given. So
okay, no, that's fine. Yep. Other questions? I did have one more here online, I think. And I think it's probably I can answer it. it has to do with the tree growth tax law program. I'm sure a bunch of you, a number of people here in the room are in it. About a movement to acknowledge carbon sequestration as timber management. We do have a bill in that would list carbon sale as a forest product, which would then qualify for tree growth. Our suggestion is, as long as harvesting isn't prohibited, you could remain in the tree growth tax law program if you had sold carbon in the marketplace, as long as that doesn't result in a prohibition of harvesting, you know, a permanent prohibition or a long-term prohibition. Another question? Back?
Quick question for Lillian. Right in the beginning, I missed the third of your 3 key characteristics.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to share those again. So the first is that there is no cost to participate. There's no minimum acreage requirement, and it's only a 1-year harvest deferral commitment.
Any other questions? You're good. We will be writing more about, we wanted to hold this so that we got basically what we've been working with or what we know, but we'll be writing about more of this for, I think, for quite a long time here. So as a member, you'll be getting a lot more continuous information on this issue, on this. Is there any other question for either of the? Oh, we got one more.
Are properties where the development rights have been sold to a nonprofit land trust eligible for either of these programs? You have another owner involved.
Yeah, so like for like a conservation easement.
Yes.
Yep. So it depends on the terms of that conservation easement. And if there are specific harvesting restrictions that are entailed in that conservation easement. So, you know, say that it restricts a certain type of harvest within that easement, we wouldn't be able to claim additionality. So we would not be able to sell carbon because that conservation easement already holds those rights essentially. But for the most part, we have not come across that. So, you know, we'll take a look at any conservation easement to make sure that they would, you know, blend well with the Family Forest Carbon Program.
The easements I've been aware of within my own organization allow standard forestry practices. So that sounds like we'd be good for that.
Yep, sounds like it would be compatible.
Similarly to what Sierra mentioned, NCX is structured similarly. If the easement program prohibits harvesting, then those acres wouldn't be eligible for NCX, and we would advise landowners to actually exclude that from the property that they enroll in our program. But if it's, you know, sustainable management practices or some other provision that allows for regular maintenance and harvest activity, then it likely would be compatible with our program as well.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. I want to thank Lillian and Sierra very much for this. Maybe a round of applause for them both. Thank you. Thank you both. This has been a interesting way to run this for us. So I appreciate your patience and your hanging in there and answering a lot of questions. I'm sure we'll be in touch with you about some more. So thanks so much. I'm going to turn it now over to Tom Allen for the closeout.
Thank you, Tom. I wanted simply to say that I hope that this session has given you some sense of the scope of issues that Maine Woodland Owners is dealing with, because they're all issues that one way or another impact some or all of our members. I want to thank Tom and Carla and Jen and Debbie for the hard work they did to put this whole thing together, and to thank all of the people who've participated in giving us the information and answering the questions that we've posed to them. I am really impressed with the turnout here and online. It does feel good to have both options again, and I'm looking forward to keeping up this practice in the future. And finally, I hope that for all of you, there's been some part or all of what you've heard today that has broadened your understanding of what problems that you are working with on your own property, and also what we are trying to work with you about as part of Maine Woodland Owners. So thank you for coming. Thank you for listening, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
And is Rita Worthing here? Rita, you are the winner. So if you want to come up, we can figure that out. Thank you.